Can you hear me? Yes, welcome back. No, I didn't do anything. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Let me. Yeah, yeah. I will just turn on the light. More light.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to everyone around the world. It is an honor to welcome you to the Ministerial Conference, Close the Digital Divides, the digital response to COVID-19, which is co-organized by Estonia and Singapore. I am honored to welcome our distinguished guest speakers, ministers, as well as other distinguished representatives. My name is Linnar Viik, and I will be moderating our conference all day. A very warm welcome to you all from Tallinn. Today's meeting is being streamed live via Facebook and YouTube, and the recording will remain publicly accessible after the event at the homepage of the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, mfa.ee. Let me briefly introduce the order of today's meeting. We will first receive opening remarks by His Excellency Mr. Urmas Reinsalu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, and His Excellency Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore. Next, we will hear a message from Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Then I will give the floor to our guest speakers. Her Excellency Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin, Director, Telecommunication Development Bureau of International Telecommunication Union, and His Excellency Mr. Lassina Kone, Director General of Smart Africa. And after then, all our distinguished registered participants have the opportunity to speak. Finally, we will hear the closing remarks by Singapore Permanent Representative, His Excellency Mr. Burhan Ghafoor. Before I give the floor to Minister Reinsalu, I would like to introduce a short visualization of Estonian digital society, which perhaps helps you to explain why Estonia is so passionate about having digital response to difficult challenges.
Estonia, a small Nordic country, started building a digital society about 2 decades ago. Today, Estonia is one of the most advanced digital societies in the world, where state services are 99% online and available 24/7. For the private individual, state services are only a few clicks away. Filing an annual tax report online only takes 3 minutes. Digital medical records are available online, and a centralized paperless system allows one to issue and handle medical e-prescriptions around the clock. It is even possible to vote online, and around 1/3 of Estonian voters use the service. Estonia has been a pathfinder in public sector e-services, eager to seek out the best solutions, learn from mistakes, and share the experiences. Cooperation and digital leadership is the key. We could not have developed the digital ecosystem so quickly and efficiently without the partnership of both private and public sectors, as well as research institutions and the voluntary IT community. Many of Estonia's innovations and e-solutions have been successfully adapted in over 60 nations worldwide, 1/3 of the world. With e-residency, e-services are available to anyone using an e-residency digital ID card. We aim to adjust to the future, moving basic services into a fully digital mode. This way we can stay focused on our values of efficiency, openness, security and innovation.
Let me now proceed with welcoming the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, His Excellency Mr. Urmas Reinsalu. Please, Mr. Reinsalu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Linnar. Good morning, good day, good evening. Let me begin by thanking my good colleague and friend, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, the Foreign Minister of Singapore, for the excellent cooperation in organizing today's conference. Estonia and Singapore have a long tradition of cooperation in digital and cyber issues, and we are also co-chairs of the group of Friends of e-governance and cybersecurity in United Nations, which is another good example of our joint contribution to international collaboration in this increasingly important area. Let me also thank Her Excellency Ms. Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, for her contribution, and our distinguished guest speakers, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin and Mr. Lassina Kone. Today, we are launching the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19, and we seek to mobilize the political will created by the pandemic to emerge from the crisis stronger and better equipped by using innovative digital solutions and working together as a global family. Our deepest condolences and heartfelt sympathies are reserved for those who have lost any loved ones during this terrible crisis. Although COVID-19 has brought harsh sufferings, we must find the strength in ourselves to see this crisis as an opportunity to work closer together. It has provided us with a chance to make progress by using digital transformation as an engine for long-term global development and achieving sustainable development goals. Strengthened multi-stakeholder cooperation and coordination is necessary to achieve this. The United Nations has an important role to play. The Secretary General's recently launched roadmap for digital cooperation already gives us some guidance on this. I would like to highlight 5 key areas where we see the need for enhanced cooperation. First, digital transformation has to be human-centric and technology has to be applied in an inclusive manner. It must act as a positive force, contributing to the well-being of all people, including vulnerable and disadvantaged groups. No one should be left behind. Building digital health systems, developing e-learning solutions, or modernizing e-governance will only be successful if done inclusively, always keeping human interests and human rights at the center of our attention. Secondly, it is not possible to reap the benefits of digitalization without access to the necessary infrastructure. Today, just 53% of the world's population has internet access, and this is a serious impediment. No access often means exclusion and the widening of digital divides, which we have been witnessing particularly now during the COVID-19 outbreak. And this means that many people do not have access to reliable health information, to many public services, or the possibilities provided by a digital economy. Connectivity has to be prioritized in international cooperation in order to promote meaningful, affordable, universal and secure internet access to everyone regardless of their geographical location, gender or social status. Third, I would like to underline the importance of strong, sustained and long-term public-private partnerships in achieving success in digital transformation. With the support and cooperation of Estonian tech companies, Estonia has succeeded in building up a digital society that is secure, accessible, efficient and transparent. And I strongly believe that the private sector is willing and able to help address the consequences of this crisis and to support digital transformation. Therefore, we will quite soon, together with the United Arab Emirates, organize a global business summit to involve the business sector in a multi-stakeholder manner. How we could, in that summit, to find answers, how we could find in business summit solutions, how digitally tackle coronavirus. And we have also proposed the creation of an international platform to bring together innovative digital solutions developed by the private sector with interested partners who could benefit from adopting these solutions. And we will be working closely with our European colleagues to have the platform functional in the nearest future. Fourth, trust is a very important factor in digital transformation. Human rights and fundamental freedoms have to be protected and promoted to ensure trust in digitalization. The same rights that people have offline, including freedom of expression and peaceful assembly and association, have to be protected online. A multi-stakeholder approach paired with open, secure, stable and accessible internet is one of the key aspects of building trustworthy digital societies. The process of digitalization can't succeed without paying particular attention to data protection and privacy issues. And finally, behind all the aforementioned lies capacity building, and this crisis has had a huge effect on the world economy, causing economic decline and leaving millions unemployed. Digitalization can help address the long-term socio-economic consequences of this crisis and increase resilience. But this can only happen if digital skills are improved and equally distributed across nations. Developing digital skills contributes not only to the creation of modern digital economies and sustainable long-term jobs, but also supports innovation and increases productivity. Enhancing digital literacy improves access to necessary public services and reliable information. Capacity building is a key factor in avoiding the widening of digital divides. I would like to once more thank my colleague and friend Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan and all the participants of today's conference. And I call on all countries to support the declaration on the digital response to COVID-19 and to make every effort to deepen international digital cooperation to overcome this crisis together. Thank you very much indeed, and remain healthy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Reinsalu, for your substantive and to-the-point statement and for bringing digital solutions to our debate and providing an opportunity to make our global family come out from this crisis stronger together. Before I give the floor to Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore, we will show you another short video which gives you an introduction to Singapore digitalization and shows why Estonia and Singapore have decided to co-sponsor this digital declaration on digital response to COVID-19 together.
Keep on smiling, 'cause the sun is shining. The world's a better place with a smile upon your face. So keep on smiling, keep on laughing. The best yet to happen. Your eyes are shining bright, your heart is full of light. So keep on laughing. And if it's cloudy, will you be in the sunshine, smiling out right beside me? Because everybody needs a friend sometimes. Yeah, everybody needs a friend sometimes. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Keep on smiling, 'cause the sun is shining. The world's a better place with a smile on your face. So keep on smiling. We'll chase the clouds away and brighten up your day. So keep on smiling, keep on smiling.
Thank you so much. And now I give the floor to Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore, His Excellency Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan.
Excellencies, friends and colleagues, I want to thank my friend Urmas Reinsalu, the Foreign Minister of Estonia, for convening this meeting on a very important topic. As co-chairs of the group of friends on e-governance and cybersecurity at the UN, Singapore and Estonia believe in using technology to make governance more efficient and responsive. And we are happy to co-sponsor Estonia's Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19, which highlights many of the major trends that will shape our future. Let me make 3 points. First, the aim of digitalization is to enable and empower our people. We were able to provide our citizens services rapidly in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic precisely because of our early moves into e-government years ago. This pandemic has accelerated the use of technologies like AI in Singapore, including in areas like video analytics to support safe distancing, or in the use of message platforms to disseminate accurate information quickly. Second, digitalization can help us reopen safely and deepen the resilience of our economies and our societies. For example, technology can help speed up contact tracing and reduce the risk to all of us. Our digital tools strike a balance between public health concerns and the legitimate and important concerns of data privacy. As we reopen and rebuild, we must also deepen our social and economic resilience. In Singapore, we have stepped up our efforts to provide lower income families with access to broadband and digital devices. We are recruiting digital ambassadors to help older Singaporeans access these technologies and making sure no one is left behind. We are also enhancing the support for small businesses to go online for invoicing and payments. And we will continue to help our citizens upskill and reskill themselves to be ready for the new jobs that will be created in the fourth industrial revolution. Digitalization is a powerful tool. Governments must use it to enhance inclusion and not to allow it to widen inequality. Inclusion makes our recovery more resilient and our societies more cohesive. Finally, our digital future needs international cooperation. As the world moves increasingly online, we need to work together to build resilient, trusted frameworks for the secure transfer of data and the protection of personal information. The United Nations has universal reach and the legitimacy to foster international dialogue, to develop norms of responsible behavior in cyberspace. And this is an area where I believe Singapore and Estonia have worked very closely together, including through the group of governmental experts and the open-ended working group on ICT security at the UN. We both strongly support the Secretary General's roadmap to implementing the recommendations of the high-level panel on digital cooperation. Regional mechanisms like ASEAN can also strengthen the multilateral network of cooperation. One example is the ASEAN-Singapore Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, which collaborates with a wide range of partners to build capacity in our region. Singapore will continue our capacity building efforts, especially for small and developing countries, to do our bit to enable more people to participate meaningfully in this emerging digital age. In closing, let me once again thank Estonia for this important and very relevant initiative. I look forward to working with all of you and hope for your support for the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Dr. Balakrishnan, for your substantive statement and also for bringing in inclusiveness and digital cooperation to our debate today. We will now hear a message from Her Excellency, Ms. Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations.
Excellencies, I welcome the holding of this important conference, and I salute the governments of Estonia and Singapore for leading the way. Closing the digital divide is one of the defining challenges of our time, and the global COVID-19 crisis has underscored the urgency of this work. As the pandemic causes extraordinary suffering and economic hardship around the world, it is exacerbating inequalities between women and men, rural and urban populations, and income groups. Among those disparities is connectivity. In developed countries, 87% of people have internet access, while in the least developed countries, this figure plummets to only 19%. Digital technology is central to almost every aspect of the response to the pandemic. From vaccine research to online learning tools to e-commerce and tools that are enabling hundreds of millions of people to work and study from home. Digital payments are empowering people like never before. The UNDP-led Task Force on Digital Financing of the Sustainable Development Goals has also showed the vast potential of digital financing to accelerate action in our road towards 2030. But this issue is about more than figures. It's about families, children, and a generation of minds who may miss the opportunity to develop to their full potential. How many physicists, engineers, and pathologists will we not have because of the gaps in internet connection? We must reimagine education. Moreover, the digital divide is growing wider. In this pandemic, the world is divided between those who can learn and those who cannot, those who can work and those who cannot, and most importantly, those who can quickly and accurately access health information and those who cannot. A safe, reliable, and affordable internet connection for all is an absolute necessity. And even for those who are connected, COVID-19 has provided dramatic evidence of the threats posed by the ungoverned use of digital technology and data, from exclusion to surveillance, human rights abuses, and cybercrime. Earlier this month, the Secretary-General set out a roadmap for digital cooperation, outlining concrete actions to connect, respect, and protect people in the digital age. The roadmap defines a plan for action in 8 major areas, including achieving universal connectivity, embracing common standards on open data, building digital capacity in every country, ensuring the protection of human rights in the digital space, providing leadership on artificial intelligence, and building a more effective architecture for digital cooperation. We are only just beginning to understand the social implications of a post-COVID world. In our response, we have taken the opportunity of the crisis to migrate informal businesses to digital platforms, enabling a leaping that was not earlier envisaged. But one thing is certain: as we recover and rebuild, digital technology will be more prominent and important than ever. Those without access will be left further behind. We cannot reap the full benefits of the digital age without mobilizing global cooperation to close digital gaps and reduce potential harms. We urgently need global vision and leadership for our digitally independent world. We encourage you to join us, not only in our efforts to advance the use of digital technology and data, but to develop collaborative solutions that work for all. The United Nations is strongly committed to serving as a platform to bring governments, businesses, and civil society together to advance this vital effort. Harnessing technologies and other means of implementation, we will recover better together. Thank you for your support and leadership.
Thank you, Ms. Mohamed, for sharing your analysis and observations on those digital trends. I now welcome our guest speakers. First, I will give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Doreen Bogdan Martin, Director, Telecommunication Development Bureau of International Telecommunication Union.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, it is a great pleasure and an honor to join you today for this important ministerial conference, bringing together so many governments around the world to look at the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on the digital strategies that have become so important to our nation's social and economic health. I want to also commend you on the preparation of the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19. This year marks 35 years since Sir Donald Maitland's Missing Link report made a compelling case for universal connectivity as the essential foundation of economic and social prosperity. And yet, here we are in the year 2020, with roughly 3.6 billion people still not connected to the power of the online world, and many hundreds of millions more lacking the truly meaningful connectivity that would change their lives. Perhaps we needed a crisis to really drive home the message about the transformational potential of digital technologies and the very real risk of exacerbating global inequalities in a polarized world of the digitally rich versus the digitally poor. COVID-19 has laid bare the realities that underpin our globalized economies. In this post-digital age, not being connected increasingly means not having access to employment opportunities, not having access to education, to healthcare services, and to the power of information. It means, in short, being shut out of the full economic and social participation that every citizen should enjoy. I remember just a few years back how hard we had to work to get ICTs mentioned in the text of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. How quickly the picture can change. Now, just 5 years on, digital connectivity is universally recognized as absolutely fundamental in the efforts to achieve the SDGs. And ITU is being urgently solicited by partners from some of the from some of the largest UN agencies to work with them to advance strategies to connect the remaining 49%. For me, as director of the ITU's Telecommunications Development Bureau, working to bring meaningful connectivity to all the world's people is my top priority. And we as ITU are proud to have been working for decades towards the goal of extending digital networks and services to everyone, and to eliminate the digital divides that have left many segments of our society behind, including women and girls, lower income populations, persons with disabilities, and displaced persons, to name a few. COVID-19 has provided increased impotence and urgency for this work, as operators, policymakers, regulators from around the world started their hard work to ensure that we as the industry live up to our critical role in this crisis. We, among other things, swiftly launched our global network resiliency platform, known as REG for COVID, thereby enabling our member states and all stakeholders to swiftly engage and exchange critical information in keeping networks running and also in extending connectivity to those that need it most. We work to galvanize global multi-stakeholder action through the Broadband Commission for Sustainable Development that we convened jointly with UNESCO. We launched a joint action plan with the World Bank, with the World Economic Forum, with GSMA, as well as virtual discussions on digital cooperation during COVID-19 and beyond, together with the Undersecretary General Fabrizio Hochschild. We retooled many of our pre-existing collaborations so that we could contribute best to the efforts to respond to this crisis. Pressing COVID-19 needs were included in our Giga School Connectivity Initiative, through which UNICEF and ITU are aiming to provide all students with digital connectivity. We used our Be Healthy, Be Mobile collaboration with WHO and UNICEF to ensure that reliable and trustworthy information on COVID-19 reaches people that are not connected to broadband internet, but may only have 2G mobile phones. However, an immediate response is not enough. COVID-19 is a real test for humanity, and it presents an opportunity for us to build stronger solidarity in addressing human inequalities. The pandemic is reinforcing the digital and associated income and educational inequalities, as the economic consequences disproportionately hit the poor, the less educated, women and girls, and other already disadvantaged groups. It's up to us, however, to use this opportunity to devise better cooperation mechanisms to overcome the connectivity challenge, and also to avoid isolation, exclusion, as well as economic and social deprivation. The UN Secretary General's roadmap, which we've heard about so far on digital cooperation, emphasized that effective digital cooperation is instrumental in achieving the future that we want and the ambitious goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In this crisis, he has urged us to build back better. And I want to go further. I urge us to build back better with broadband. Humanity may never again benefit from the intense focus that governments are now according to digital networks and services, and it is important that we seize this moment and make a big push for a more connected world. So as my own team begins preparations for our 4-year World Telecommunications Development Conference next year in Addis Ababa, we're very aware that we have a unique opportunity to harness this unprecedented tide of political will. Next year in Addis, we will have a chance to make huge strides forward in connecting the unconnected and in building government and industry cooperation around a global big dig so that we get those without access online as fast as possible and that we leverage the power of digital to achieve the SDGs. We're not waiting for next year to take concrete actions. With the support of some member states, we are launching an initiative to help the less connected countries to strengthen their digital infrastructures and ecosystems so that they are better able to cope with COVID-19 and to reinforce their recovery efforts and better prepare for the new normal. Our initial focus will be on Africa, the region which is least connected and is expected to be hardest hit economically, and we would invite you to join us in that effort. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, the impact of COVID-19 shows us that we need rapid action to change the global connectivity picture, and we need that action now. So let us all work together so that we don't waste a good crisis and that we emerge from this important challenge humanity has faced in the generation to be better, stronger, and more equal. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bogdan Martin. We all know that connectivity is an utmost important pillar in digital transformation worldwide, and we look forward very much also to the successful milestones which will be built on the next year's Addis Ababa event. Now, let's welcome His Excellency Mr. Lassina Kone, the Director General of Smart Africa.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Honorable Minister Ormas Rensalu, Minister of Affairs of Estonia, Honorable Minister Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister of Singapore, Honorable Ministers, fellow colleague, distinguished delegate, I am very honored to have been invited here today to lend my voice to such an august gathering of like-minded and progressive ideas. It is through sharing ideas and experience that we will find lasting solutions to the COVID-19 pandemic. First of all, I would like to share these appreciations to the co-chairs of these sessions, and most especially the Honorable Minister Ormas Rensalu, the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Estonia, with whom Smart Africa has built a strong bond, and together we are contributing to the advancements of technology in Africa. On March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 as a pandemic. 2 weeks later, 42 African countries had 1,000 infections and 37 deaths. Since then, according to the Africa CDC recent data, these numbers have grown exponentially to over 407,000 cases and 10,000 deaths in a relative space of time. This health crisis has fast-tracked digital transformation initiative across the entire continent. We have been working with our partners, members, to find technology solutions to these deep challenges. I am convinced that through the power of partnership, we will emerge stronger from this crisis. At Smart Africa, we have taken concrete actions to fight the COVID-19 pandemic, while involving our Council of African Regulators, our Council of ICT Ministers, and our member state countries overall. Firstly, The Smart Africa Secretariat engaged with the Council of African Regulators to support a range of proposed recommendations named the COVID-19 Response Pack in March 2020, which were shared with member country, broadband commissions, ITU, and the African nation. Secondly, the Smart Africa Secretariat launched an initiative to coordinate an African response powered by technology to combat the spread of COVID-19 pandemic by assisting our member state in identifying, tracking, and containing COVID-19 patients, taking into the different technological and social cultural diversity across our continent. 307 private sector entities participated from 53 countries, demonstrating the collaborative power of technology. Thirdly, on May 11th, 2000, we convened an extraordinary meeting of Council of ICT Ministers of the Smart Africa Alliance. The outcome of the Council was to assess all the current technology solutions being deployed in various countries in Africa, share the best practice among ours in an harmonized way. As we are currently at an advanced development stage of the assessment, we have received responses from several African member states on a benchmarking survey on the various initiatives that countries have individually been utilizing to combat the COVID-19 pandemic. Among those countries, figure DRC, Burkina Faso, Chad, Cote d'Ivoire, Djibouti, Gabon, Morocco, and Tunisia, a few. The strongest lesson we have learned from those actions during the COVID-19 pandemic era is that in time of crisis, we must come together and we must be solution seekers. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegate, with the COVID-19, the internet traffic by 10 to 40% at the same time. The increased digitization of processes leading to an increase in cybercrime, fake news, and other digital risk. During this period, unfortunately, Africa finds itself once again more exposed to digital risk. Legal framework need to be developed and be harmonized at a Pan-African level. Technology companies can easily benefit from the economy of scale that the continent offers. Sector is one of the most promising opportunity with artificial intelligence, but also one where the utmost care must be taken to protect data protections and privacy. The COVID-19 was a wake-up call about the shortcomings of the digital transformations in Africa, and the challenges remain numerous. But at the same time, this pandemic provides Africa with a multitude of opportunity that we must seize to accelerate the continent's growth in the digital revolution. The COVID-19 crisis has taught governments that every economic sector is the key to a sustainable and resilient economy. For example, Smart Africa is actively working with the member state and partners in the following area. 1. Education. ICT to deliver e-learning programs in schools. 2. Health. ICT and emerging technology to manage health crisis and disaster. 3. Trade. ICT to enable e-commerce to mitigate trade disruptions due to COVID. 4. E-government. ICT to enable remote delivery of public services and minimize disruption of government operations through teleworking and online collaboration. 5. Use of ICT to ensure minimal disruption to food value chain and to enhance food security in countries. And Smart Africa is committed to delivering universal broadband access across Africa. This is why we have developed the Smart Broadband 2025 strategy, which is aimed at ensuring an affordable access. In the short term, we have recommended to African government that they must declare telecom as an essential service. These ensure that the necessary resources will be deployed and our citizens will access key in education, health, and commerce. Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegate, there are many initiatives that I can mention, but suffice to say, in the spirit of seeking solutions within a crisis, we have been able to develop digital solutions that will last far beyond the pandemic. I can say to you all with confidence that Africa will emerge stronger from this crisis. Technology and collaborative effort will be the catalyst that takes us there. The year 2020 should be the year we embrace and accelerate collaborations through digital transformation. It should go down in history as a technological, health, and economic turning point for Africa. As nothing remains unchanged, and the only thing that will remain unchanged is the word change itself. Once again, thank you for the invitation to be part of this lounge. As a Smart Africa, we look forward to growing existing relationships and building new ones with like-minded partners. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lassina Kone. We all have recognized that Smart Africa is not just spectacular in being evangelist and visionary, but also extremely instrumental in digital transformation process all over Africa. Ladies, gentlemen, excellencies, we just heard our last guest speaker. After a short moment now, I will invite other participants to take the floor. In order to accommodate all the interventions, please limit your statement strictly to maximum 3 minutes. We have added a timer to the corner of the screen for your convenience. And we will post the full version of your statement online. Please be so kind and send it to the email address you are seeing on the screen. I would also like to remind you that as our meeting is an informal one, there will be no questions, debate, and no right of replies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to give the floor to Ukraine. His Excellency, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Dmytro Kuleba.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues. In order to meet the timeline, I will read my statement. I would like, first of all, to thank Estonia and Singapore for convening this important and timely discussion, as well as for initiating the global declaration on the digital response to COVID-19, which Ukraine fully supports. In Ukraine, a proper basis for public e-service development has been created by allowing secure data exchange between government databases. Ukraine has implemented the interoperability platform of Estonian origin, X-Road, in collaboration with e-Governance Academy. We efficiently cooperate with Estonia in this field of digitalization, and I would like to thank our partners for working with us. In Ukraine, we have Ministry of Digital Transformation, which is becoming more and more ambitious in digitalizing the country, and we see its activities as one of the efficient tools to, in particular, respond COVID-19 threats. We pay special attention to the economic sustainability, protecting jobs, and attracting investments to the country. Digital instruments are absolutely essential to facilitate work in this field. Ministry is also looking into the ways to optimize, my ministry, foreign ministry, is also looking into the ways to optimize with the help of IT solutions, work with citizens' requests via call center, mail, and social media. This will help us become more service-oriented and respond to citizens' requests timely and efficiently, as well as to counter disinformation and fake news more effectively. All digital instruments should help us in achieving these goals. I would like to emphasize the importance of consolidating international efforts to tackle the COVID-19 coronavirus pandemic. This crisis threatens the world with significant social, economic, and humanitarian consequences in the coming years, especially in countries already burdened by conflicts, and Ukraine is unfortunately one of them. We support the United Nations leadership in mobilizing international assistance to the most affected countries and coordinating the activities of international agencies to counter the pandemic consequences. The impact of the COVID-19 on the digitalization of our lives has re-emphasized the necessity to build a safer cyberspace. Today, states all across the globe are reporting an increase of identity theft and online fraud, as well as cyber threats against critical infrastructure, including the healthcare sector or intensified disinformation. We should focus on all these fields. Malicious actors in digital space are adapting to the new circumstances of the pandemic. They address to shameless targeting those who are working to beat the pandemic and fighting for human lives. The answer is clear. We should keep to the existing rules of behavior in cyberspace where international law fully applies and consolidate our joint efforts. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your support, and thank you also very much for recognizing the successful cooperation between Ukrainian government with Estonian e-Governance Academy and other Estonian institutions. Our next speaker will be from Nepal. Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Pradeep Kumar Koawali. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Excellencies, I appreciate Estonia and Singapore, co-chairs of the group of friends on e-governance and cybersecurity, for taking this timely initiative. I thank the UN Deputy Secretary General for her remarks. The outbreak of COVID-19 has posed unprecedented threat to humanity. Global response and multilateral support systems are struggling to address the crisis of this magnitude. The pandemic has given rise to the use of digital technology. Technology has been helpful to run governments, revive businesses, and connect people. However, not all countries and societies have been able to benefit. The digital divide is ever widening between the North and South, urban and the rural, male and female. At the same time, misinformation, cyber attacks, infringements of privacy and human rights have added to the existing challenges. These developed countries in particular have been hit hard. Today's theme is therefore all the more relevant. SDG 9.3 of ensuring universal access to ICT is critical, as progress made towards this goal will contribute to the realization of other SDGs. In Nepal, ICT is an integral part of the national policy with a view to transforming the country into a knowledge-based society. In pursuit of the national aspiration for prosperous Nepal, happy Nepali, we are building digital capacity for economic growth and equality. Guided by the vision of Digital Nepal, our ICT policy aims to mainstream the use of ICTs across all sectors. By 2025, we will provide access to ICT services to 80% of the population, a target still high for an LDC. During the ongoing crisis, we have encouraged the use of digital technologies in a wide range of public services, such as education, justice dispensations, or embassies services to the diaspora. They have been effective in contact tracing and radio TV-based awareness programs, among others. Still, the issue of equal access and affordability prevent many people from this service. It calls for inclusive digital transformation, need-based capacity building, and human-sensitive connectivity, is also stressed in the UN's recent report on digital cooperation. As evident from the current crisis, no single challenge of the global scale can be solved by an individual nation. It is a clarion call for concerted efforts, cooperation, and exchange of the best practices. Nepal is committed to working with the international community towards making digital response more impactful in the wake of the first crisis of our lifetime. I'm confident that we can achieve this by reducing the digital divide and ensuring secure, sustainable, and equitable digital transformation. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Nepal. Our next contribution comes from Equatorial Guinea. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, His Excellency Mr. Simeon Oyono Essono Angve, please. We can't hear you. Madam Minister, please unmute the microphone. We are not able to hear you.
Apologies.
Thank you. You can start now.
Equatorial Guinea, like many other countries in the world, is also living the extraordinary impact of the COVID pandemic that is threatening our way of lives and, of course, the progress that we've done in our governments, especially the countries in the developing world. But before we continue, we would like to congratulate the authors of the declaration that we're supposed to adopt today, presented by Estonia and Singapore. This declaration has put into real context the challenges that we are facing through this coronavirus. We want to congratulate them also because they make a particular mention to the issue of cybersecurity, which, as we all know, has been on the rise in the past months due to the confinement that's been globally going on. In order to preserve our digital independence, the countries of the developing world, especially those with severe technological challenges, have to prioritize the protection of their data so that they could mitigate somehow the high cost of these cyber attacks. In Africa, the access generalized to internet does pose us the question that we need to promote a much greater governance on cybersecurity, and that should be joined to the implementation of the Convention of the African Union on cybersecurity protection of personal data. Equatorial Guinea, therefore, hope that all the development partners that are here today will consider this global declaration as a starting point for a much more profound discussion on cybersecurity. Because frankly speaking, the menace of cybersecurity is almost the same as the one of COVID-19. They have a common denominator, and that is the way in which they attack. They attack in a way that's indiscriminate. They don't look at the race, nor social status, nor where you reside. So we call on our partners to sit together to get a much better cooperation and support in issues of cybersecurity, especially for African nations with high or severe challenges regarding technology. Equatorial Guinea is working on a program on response to COVID, and this is the perspective that we have that we need to digitalize our governmental apparatus. But you know, this confinement or this quarantine period has meant to us really an opportunity in which we can look into how we can make our services, our public administration, much more flexible, cheaper, faster, optimal. So our program is based on the creation of architectures that will integrate systems of transparency and flexibility for all users. We would like to therefore reduce with this new approach the number of people that, for example, have to sit or have to wait to make a payment for service or have to go and get paid for services. Therefore, keeping social distance to the core in most of our institutions at the public and private levels. This pilot program will definitely pass on to the private sector in a further phase. And we hope that we will be able, with our partners, to amplify and to improve our infrastructures that are based on technologies that are modern, that will guarantee the efficiency and the capacity of our, for example, hospitals or educational system, and also to the productive sectors of both private and public sectors in Equatorial Guinea, so we can have a much more sustainable recuperation in the long run. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Equatorial Guinea, and thank you for focusing also on so important topics on cybersecurity. Next intervention comes from Poland. Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Jacek Czaputowicz, please. Mr. Minister, please unmute your microphone. We can't hear you. Now it was okay. And now we don't still hear you. Now it was okay.
Is it okay?
Yes, now it's all fine. Thank you. Please.
Thank you. It's technology. I think that it's a problem. We have a problem here. But let me start by expressing my thanks to Minister Rain Salwe and Parakrishnan for organizing this important conference. Both Estonia and Singapore are the world leaders of digitalization. I hope that we will suppress COVID-19 thanks to goodwill and technical means, both currently available and the future. Yet, as the pandemic struck all continents, countries and societies, this aim is only achievable on an international, notably multilateral level. We are concerned to note the increase of COVID-19 related criminal and disinformation activity in the cyberspace, targeting individual citizens, private businesses, public institutions, and even hospitals and other entities directly engaged in fighting the pandemic and saving people's lives and health. We support international cooperation aimed at countering such attacks and holding the perpetrators liable. Due to the unknown nature of the virus, we should constantly exchange our experiences and share the knowledge on fighting it, as well as enhance cooperation in this area. The digitalization of the healthcare system is one of the priorities of Polish Health Ministry. It is necessary to improve the operations of medical entities, increase the effectiveness of their service, and to ensure that the patient receives the best care available and can easily access to his own or her health reports. The remote solutions already in place in Poland, for example, the electronic sick leave, e-prescriptions, or the patient's internet account, help reduce the number of visits at the doctors and limit the spread of the virus among patients and medical staff. Patients can arrange online for a remote doctors or nurses consultations in the form of the video or phone conversations without the need to visit the facility in person. We use domestic and international warning systems and new applications to control and limit the spread of the COVID-19 virus. To this end, the government devised the online coronavirus infection map. We also launched the home quarantine app to monitor people in obligatory 14-day quarantine. Let me conclude by expressing Poland's support for the adoption of the proposed declaration. Thank you for your attention.
Minister Zaputowicz, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for Poland for supporting this declaration. Our next speaker comes from Andorra. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Ms. Maria Ubach, please.
Thank you, Excellencies, dear Urmas, dear colleagues. At the outset, allow me to sincerely thank Estonia and Singapore for their leadership and for organizing this important conference. Andorra fully supports the global declaration that we are adopting today. The world is facing a crisis without precedent since the Second World War. It is important to join efforts to deal with the effects of the COVID-19 crisis and promote a more sustainable, more inclusive and greener recovery. The digital tools are proving to be effective to respond to the pandemic as well as for the recovery policies. In Andorra, the confinement strategy to prevent the spread of the COVID-19 provoked a significant disruption in the economy, education, and health sector. Our economy is mainly based on tourism activities, and due to the limitation of movement of persons, our local commerce suffered an important decrease in its activity. Nonetheless, small businesses experienced new opportunities to explore the benefits of e-commerce. The Ministry of Economy, in cooperation with the Chamber of Commerce, organized several webinars on the opportunities of e-commerce and business management. Taking into account the importance of education, the Andorran government provided a digital platform to support the continuity of the lecture of our children during the closure of schools. The Ministry of Health of Andorra, along with the private sector, developed an online platform to collect data on the symptomology of those affected by the COVID-19 that guides our citizens and our public health authorities to respond adequately. Clearly, these digital initiatives have been possible thanks to the high connectivity of our economy and society. This new crisis underlines the necessity and the urgency to implement the Agenda 2030, and in particular to reduce inequalities in terms of access to digital literacy. Recalling that half of the global population does not have access to internet and to the digital tools, we consider that the exchange of best practices would contribute to reduce the digital gap. Excellencies, today we are facing new challenges such as cyber attacks, infodemic in the context of COVID-19, the emerging artificial intelligence, the management of the respect of human rights online, as well as privacy and data protection. To give an answer to these situations, we should promote new lines of discussion within the international organizations. Let me conclude by expressing our support to the promotion of more digital and safer world for everyone. Thank you very much.
Madam Minister, thank you so much for your kind words and support, also for your perspective. Our next contribution comes from Benin. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation, His Excellency Mr. Aurelien Agbenotchi. Yes, Minister, please unmute your microphone. We can't hear you. Still, we can't hear you. This is muted microphone on your side. Please unmute your microphone. We can't hear the voice. We can see the picture, but we can't hear the voice. Minister, I'm so sorry. We will take you after the technical problems have been resolved at your side. And ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we will continue with contribution from Algeria. Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency, Mr. Sabri Boukadoum. Please.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes, thank you, please. The floor is yours.
Estonia and Singapore, thank you for your initiative. You put us in the digital age of diplomacy. This conference offers us the opportunity not only to highlight the shortcomings of the existing systems, but also to reflect on the possibilities to face the impact of this pandemic and the challenges of the future. It goes without saying that a crisis of such magnitude and nature can only be contained by a global response based on local synergies and international solidarity and cooperation. The scale and complexity of this pandemic has put a strain on all health systems around the world. It has also exacerbated countries' economic and financial difficulties by forcing them to take drastic measures imposed by an extended slowdown in global economic activity, which could significantly hamper the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals of the Agenda 2030. The scale and scope of the pandemic has led us to review our way of living, construction models, and our way of working, often relying on digital technology, which is at the heart of this transformation in response to the health challenges. First, digitalization has provided support for medical work by facilitating the monitoring of patients remotely and by using applications to curb the pandemic. Secondly, it encouraged the teleworking, making the digitalization within companies a priority, even a matter of survival. Thanks to digitalization, communication and information through social media have become available to all or almost. Digitalization also in the financial sector has facilitated transfers by mobile payments, which has greatly contributed to the payment of allowances and financial support granted to the poorest destitute persons during this crisis. However, this new dogma based on digitalization requires prerequisites, including modern and efficient administration management, availability of high-quality internet connections, in addition to technological and financial means. These prerequisites are in many countries in the South, and in particular in Africa, partly or completely lacking. One question to us all: better governance comes from digitalization of the society, or is digitalization would help us do better governance in our areas? Ladies and gentlemen, my country stresses the need to take into account the new challenges that have emerged in the area of information security and data protection, cybersecurity, mega data, and artificial intelligence. These risks were evident during this crisis. We're living specifically on the question of the protection of personal data. My government has taken some few initiatives in the digital environment, in particular remote education, increased use of digital payments, and e-education. But the most beneficial things that we have come out from during this crisis is the initiatives of citizens and the civil society, especially the young people, who have been able to contribute with their wit and enthusiasm in developing digital applications, particularly in the fields of trade and services, making this crisis a challenge by developing creative capacities and innovative contributions to various COVID-19 induced problems. These initiatives have been facilitated by the existence of our government action plan of the e-Algeria strategy. And I look forward to working with stalwarts like Singapore and Estonia in this field where you are our models. We are, dear friends, we are witnessing a pivotal time in our history. The challenges are multiple, multifaceted, and complex, and the difficulties seem to be indefinable. But I must point out that the will and high sense of responsibility demonstrated by all states like yours and all stakeholders since the beginning of this crisis give us a real sense of confidence for the future. This meeting is a proof that for giving hope, that is not at the end of the day, that is, this hope is not digital, but human. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution, for your kind words and support. We are trying now to reconnect with Benin. Minister, if you are hearing us, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. The floor is yours.
Let me start by greeting my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, and also my friend, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore. I would like to congratulate them for this initiative, and I would also like to greet Amina, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, for my colleague, and all the participants. I would like to take this opportunity to commend the combined action of the various United Nations specialized agencies in their resolute efforts to find solutions in the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, and to express Benin's satisfaction with the initiative known as the United Nations Global Response to COVID-19 to save lives, protect societies, and improve recovery, launched by Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General, recently. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic is not just a health crisis. It is now provoking many other equally major crises in the economic, humanitarian, and security field, the consequences of which truly undermine the defense and protection of human rights, imposing new challenges on all states, particularly in the technological field. I'd like to share with you 3 issues related to these challenges. First of all, action against COVID-19 using ICT. The spread of this disease takes place through physical interaction. Thus, the massive use of ICTs for communication purposes has proven to be useful and effective in containing the pandemic. 2, the urgency of bridging the digital divide. While states have understood the importance of digital channels to communicate and raise awareness about the pandemic, it should be noted that a large part of humanity have difficulty to have access to internet. In Africa, only 28% of the population has access to IT. There is therefore an urgent need to remove the obstacles to greater internet penetration and widespread use in Africa. 3, equity in digital access. Difficulties in the access of population to electronic communication services is a global issue with many facets, particularly related to social inequalities. The current challenge for states is therefore to work for wider access to internet services for the population. The government of my country, the government of President Patrice Talon, understood this very early and understand the need to modernize society through digital technology, because in its action program, various quality reform aim today to promote access for all to electronic communication in general and to the internet in particular. These include, of course, among others, the deployment of a national broadband infrastructure, the launch of the public utilities portal to enable citizens to benefit from all public administration services from their homes, the completion of the study on universal access to the internet with a view to targeted and relevant action to increase penetration. I can mention to you that I'm just coming from the cabinet meeting, and I just have the meeting upstairs because we are doing now this remotely. In addition, specific action have been undertaken to limit the spread of the virus, including the implementation of the e-learning platform for the benefit of the academic world, and awareness raising and the dissemination of reliable information via digital channels and the development of teleworking. Let me conclude by saying that I would like to assure you of the commitment of the government of Benin to take all necessary initiatives that can help to reduce the digital divide in Benin, not only in the context of managing this pandemic, but also with a view to sustain dissemination of information and communication technology as a catalyst for economic dynamic modernization. Thank you for your attention and good luck to this initiative.
Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for the work you have done also in Benin towards the digitalization of your society and public services. Our next speaker comes from a different time zone. We have a multi-time zone event today. Welcome Brazil. Welcome Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Ernesto Araujo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vic. Let me first of all congratulate Estonia and Singapore, and especially Minister Lau and Minister Balakrishnan for convening this conference on the digital response to COVID-19. Brazil is shaping a thriving economy, but digital technologies are today also essential for our vibrant democracy. In that sense, we firmly believe that internet freedom and freedom of expression are absolutely fundamental in a democratic society, and that protection and enhancement of internet freedom are the most fundamental digital response to COVID-19. Brazil's population is one of the most connected in the world. 99.2% of households have internet access via cell phone, and 57% of businesses sell goods or services over the web. Brazil is transforming its governance with digital technologies, with the ambitious goal of making all public services, more than 3,000 services, digitally available by 2022. The current COVID-19 crisis has further increased the role of a robust digital infrastructure and for the widespread digitalization of services. We implemented several measures in order to keep Brazil connected during the coronavirus pandemic, in particular to ensure the availability of telecommunication services and internet access to all. For example, a digital document validation service which allows doctors, patients, and pharmacists to work 100% online with safety in the exchange of documents. The provision of improved connectivity to over 14,000 public health units, hospitals, and healthcare centers, as well as essential services, and the optimization of coordinated network management among service providers to ensure maximum internet traffic, including for home offices and distance learning. Also, and very importantly, a system of electronic payments, which has allowed 50 million Brazilians, especially the most vulnerable, to receive an emergency benefit for 3 months, just extended for 3 more. Indeed, digital technologies are key to the process of economic recovery, which will allow us to save jobs and livelihoods, and ultimately also to save lives as much as the health services. Electronic transactions in the last 2 months have increased by an impressive 20% over last year. This indicates that in the post-COVID world, it is obvious that the digital economy will be substantively more important than even before the pandemic. And this must be taken into account in all policies, not only in economic policies. And it must be taken into account in our approach to the very structure of our societies, the kind of societies we want to live in. Internet freedom will be even more crucial than before. The power of information to create wealth, but also to create meaning for people's lives, can only be unleashed through a free internet. The internet must keep and enhance its role as a tool, not only to create prosperity, but also to promote democracy. The globalization process of the last 30 years was blind to the question of democracy. This has been a tragic mistake. And the COVID crisis can be an opportunity to address it and to correct it. In the digital world, this is particularly the case, as digital technologies can be the main instrument for freedom on the one hand, but also the main instrument for totalitarian social control on the other. We have to use that opportunity to create value, to create freedom, and to face the threat of totalitarianism. We can emerge from this pandemic not only better, stronger, and more equal, as was mentioned here, but also freer. Let's work towards that goal. The digital divide is not only a question of access to digital infrastructure, services, and devices, but also access to contents and to basic freedoms, especially the freedom of expression. This debate is urgent. Thank you very much.
Minister Araujo, thank you so much for your contribution, and thank you so much for bringing in also freedom on the net. That's the most important topic also right now all around the world. Our next contribution comes from Liechtenstein. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Justice and Culture, Her Excellency Dr. Katrin Egenberger, please.
Dear colleagues, let me first thank our co-chairs, Estonia and Singapore, dearly for this conference. This is a topic of immense importance, where strong commitment and bold action can make a difference. I therefore welcome that you have put forward a global declaration on the digital response to COVID-19. Liechtenstein supports this declaration, and we hope that it generates the dynamics we need at the United Nations and nationally for a digital transition. Our response to the pandemic can serve as an accelerator of technical innovation, digital inclusion, and infrastructure investment. The pandemic has shown that there are deep gaps that need to be filled. The only way to do this is the multilateral way. The commitment to work together under the umbrella of the United Nations and the Sustainable Development Goals. Today can be a jump start in the right direction. There are two specific issues that I believe are of particular relevance for our digital response to COVID-19. First, we cannot compromise on our fundamental human rights. They underpin every goal that we have collectively agreed to in our vision for a better future. We now know that widespread misinformation and restrictions to the freedom of expression have impaired the response to the pandemic. The right to privacy is also under pressure. Ultimately, a government always has to seek trust from its citizens to be effective and sustainable in its policies. That trust cannot be enforced through mass surveillance, restricted information, and indoctrination, but must be based on the right to privacy. Second, we see concerning indications about increased corruption in the health sector and beyond. The massive economic support and stimulus packages bear a risk of deviation and misuse of funds. Given where we stand in the achievement of the SDGs, we cannot afford that. New technologies such as blockchain can increase financial transparency and inclusion, but only if the risks are properly managed. This is why we have enacted comprehensive national legislation to regulate that technology. While this is a learning process for all of us, we hope to set an example for how to embrace the potential of digital technologies with the necessary legal certainty. We are eager to share our experiences with others, and I'm glad I can benefit myself today from so many of my other colleagues' views. I thank you once again very much for bringing us together on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you so much for your support. Our next speaker and contribution comes from Philippines. Secretary for Science and Technology, His Excellency, Mr. Fortunato Tanseco de la Peña.
Good evening from the Philippines. We would like to thank the co-chairs of the group, the permanent missions of Estonia and Singapore for convening this ministerial video conference. Just recently, I was able to participate in the high-level thematic debate on the impact of rapid technological change on the Sustainable Development Goals and targets. The Philippines strongly supports the roadmap for digital cooperation launched by the Secretary General. The roadmap, with its three important pillars, connect, respect, and protect, is an important framework for universal digital cooperation. The Philippines develops and applies to good use digital technologies that address the challenges brought about by the pandemic. We have developed and used a disease model called FASTER, or Feasibility Analysis of Syndromic Surveillance using Spatiotemporal Epidemiological Modeler for early detection of diseases, which is now used to predict COVID-19 transmission and severity through time and space. This assists the Philippine government to decide on appropriate interventions. Software applications have also been developed and used extensively in monitoring transmission and in enforcing policies for a more inclusive approach while ensuring cybersecurity and protecting privacy. The private sector, particularly our startup communities, have also contributed significantly. The wide use of quick response or QR codes have helped in the management of quarantine control checkpoints, in contact tracing, in the adherence of businesses and institutions to safety guidelines, and in helping organizations to resume operations which have been affected by community quarantine. Smart technologies have also been developed and deployed in the areas of health like telemedicine, education like distance learning, agriculture such as urban farming, and in digitalization of businesses. In support of these major shifts involving digital response, the government, through our Department of Information and Communications Technology, continues to develop and implement ICT infrastructure and strategic ICT capacity building programs. Due to the pandemic, the world has witnessed the transition of different sectors adapting and developing digital tools and platforms. This situation today heightens the need for an open, safe, and affordable access to the internet. To ascertain that no one will be left behind, the Philippines would like to promote not just multilateralism but also multi-stakeholderism. The Philippines welcomes the launch of the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19 entitled Close the Digital Divides, the Digital Response to COVID-19. The Philippines will co-sponsor the subject declaration, which recognizes that the COVID-19 crisis has affected the whole world and has also provided an opportunity to introduce innovative and flexible solutions to increase resilience to crisis and ensure sustainable development. We support the 10 recommendations that are elaborated in the declaration to mitigate the effects of the crisis. We believe that through a strengthened international cooperation, we will survive this global crisis. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will resume to our live broadcast with more country interventions and contributions in few seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, we will continue now our live broadcast with a contribution from Ecuador. Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. José Valencia, please. Mr. Minister, microphone at your side is muted. Please unmute, we can't hear you.
Is now muted?
Now
it's
it's fine. Thank you, please.
Okay.
One more time, please. It was again muted. We can't hear you right now. No, we can't hear you. Now it's, please. No.
Hello?
Mr. Jose Valencia, we hear you now.
Oh, finally. Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to congratulate Estonia and Singapore for convening this timely meeting. It will promote an exchange of ideas and thoughts quite relevant to our international juncture. How this digitalization and the use of tech could support nations in reaching sustainable development goals and facing the historic challenge posed by COVID-19. We have just witnessed the quick development of digital tools to help in the fight against COVID-19. Among them, diagnosis systems to assess respiratory situations, location apps to track individuals and facilitate social distancing, and e-solutions to broadcast messages from the health authorities and to allow the sharing of relevant information within a community. Yet, the digital divide is still a real, hard to overcome obstacle. It prevents governments, regions, cities, and millions of individuals around the world of taking advantage of the extremely useful tools in the fight against coronavirus. To reduce and ultimately remove the digital divide, to amplify the gains that the use of tech could bring to all, we may need to take into consideration the following points. First, begin with, it's about actually accessing tech and connectivity. The international community must rapidly organize financial support and technical help for developing nations in closing the digital divide. Specific resources must be set apart to encourage digital transformation and financial inclusion, leaving no one behind. Further ahead, we also need a human being centered and progressive vision in implementing digitalization around the world. Software and optic fiber are indispensable, yet must all have in mind that they are not just going to connect desks or businesses. They will be linking individuals and societies with distinctive features. Hence, in overcoming the digital divide, it must be pondered for every situation, socioeconomic gaps, ethnic diversity, gender issues, and rights of the child, and privacy rights of the individual, among other matters. Ecuador welcomes the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19. It portrays comprehensively the distinctive opportunities that the digital response can deliver, how e-solutions could support an effective response to COVID-19, both in the healthcare domain and the post-pandemic quest for economic and social normalization. In this regard, let me mention 4 issues that are particularly relevant to Ecuador. 1, the expansion of digital capabilities of healthcare systems. 2, the promotion of online learning and digital skills. 3, building modern e-governance systems. And 4, boosting e-commerce and digital support to small and medium companies. Global action and multi-stakeholder approaches are needed in every endeavor we engage in the digital era. The digital response to COVID-19 will enhance international cooperation, reinforce our multilateral commitments, and will allow us to work together towards the closing of the digital divide. I thank you very much.
Excellency, thank you so much for supporting this declaration. Thank you so much for your contribution. Our next intervention comes from Romania. Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Bogdan Aurescu, please.
Well, thank you so much. It is a privilege to take part in this debate. The COVID crisis has highlighted the importance of many crucial aspects among which also the facets of digital technology. It displaced once more the need for implementing digital services for our citizens, for improving citizens' digital skills, and for facilitating access to technologies for everyone. It confirmed the critical role of the digitalization of the administration in creating resilient and adaptable societies. It proved the importance of ensuring the security of digital data, services, and networks. But it also emphasized the risks and costs associated with digital divides, both inside our countries and internationally, highlighting the relevance of significant investments and increasing connectivity. The crisis also confirmed the role of free, independent, accountable, and pluralistic media in strengthening transparency, accountability, and trust. These are key ingredients in building our society's resilience in face of the pandemic, but also of the infodemic which joined it. Digital technologies, including artificial intelligence, must be human-centered, while the promotion and protection of human rights, democracy, good governance, accountability, and the rule of law must be provided offline and online. The UN can lead the digital cooperation at global level and play an important role in mobilizing all actors to ensure open, secure, and affordable access to digital infrastructure and services for all. And we fully support the UN Secretary General's initiatives in that regard. The pandemic might have halted many processes, but it clearly accelerated digitization. This is a priority for the European Union, including for my government. It is one of the reasons why Romania is an active member of the 3Cs Initiative, a regional platform for Central and Eastern Europe designed to reduce the connectivity gap, including the digital one, compared to the EU average. Romania often takes pride in its internet speed, the fastest in the European Union. We see digitalization as an opportunity for everyone and a key component of our economic development. The ICT sector contributes 6 to 7% of Romania's GDP, and we expect this contribution to grow. Romania's digital transformation aims at making our country less bureaucratic, more resilient, more attractive for foreign investment. It will also make the citizens more satisfied with public services, which will help consolidate the social contract our democracy is based upon. In conclusion, let me welcome Estonia and Singapore's initiative to organize this conference, and we fully endorse the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your input. Thank you so much for the support to the declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished viewers, excellencies, our next contribution comes from Guyana. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Dr. Karen Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, moderator, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Please allow me first to express my sincere gratitude for the special invitation from my colleague, His Excellency Urmas Reinsalu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia, for me to participate in today's conference. I must also offer congratulations to the group of friends on e-governance and cybersecurity, in particular the governments of Estonia and Singapore, for their efforts in hosting this conference and co-sponsoring a global declaration on the digital response to COVID-19, for which Guyana declares its full support. Guyana, like the rest of the world, has not been spared from the devastating impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. Over the last 4 months, the people of Guyana, like so many other citizens around the world, have had to confront unprecedented circumstances. As we meet remotely today for this most timely and relevant forum, we obviously will reflect on the fact that this virus has negatively impacted our individual and collective health, education, and economic sectors. Despite these challenges, however, I am extremely proud to note that the government of Guyana has worked assiduously to implement major updates to our public health systems and to put in place measures that will allow us to effectively counter any disproportionate spread of COVID-19. Guyana, like many other developing countries, has been forced to confront the urgent need for digital services and the much needed improvements that we must implement across sectors to ensure that we are capable of confronting the types of disruptions that any future pandemics may bring. The truly innovative digital solutions highlighted in the Global Declaration, I believe, offer a roadmap of Guyana and other countries with similar challenges to make the quantum leap into bridging the digital divide that impacts our responses and overall management of situations such as COVID-19. The government of Guyana supports the inclusion of language in the joint declaration that recognizes the importance of redirecting international cooperation efforts towards the implementation of these digital transformations. We believe it is always important to highlight the different realities of states, specifically the unique position of developing states, especially small island development states and least development countries. As we move towards digital systems, the risk of widening gaps between rich and poor, both within and among states, is ever more concerning. Being cognizant of the paucity of time, it would be remiss of me not to endorse the efficacy of digital learning solutions in education. In Guyana, we too have become preoccupied with this reality as our education system has been severely affected by COVID-19. Guyana, through its Ministry of Education, has undertaken several interventions to support distance and virtual learning. We have also embarked on increasing the number of educational programs through public television, media houses, and interactive radio. While these measures have been implemented by my government, we will still somewhat be constrained by challenges such as lack of access to high-speed internet and e-learning materials in vulnerable and rural households, which are proving most difficult to overcome. As I conclude, however, to this end, Guyana continues to express its interest in collaborating with international partners in enhancing our efforts in these areas and for international cooperation to include innovative ways in ensuring that assistance is provided for states with gaps. Once again, I wish to underscore the fact that Guyana attaches great importance to the development of strong digital societies, and we reiterate our support for the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19. I thank you.
Madam Minister, thank you so much for your support you expressed. We move on now to Belgium. Minister of Digital Agenda, Telecom and Postal Services, His Excellency Mr. Philippe de Backer, please.
Thank you, and thank you, first of all, ladies and gentlemen, for the invitation. I think that it is a great initiative that is taken by Estonia and Singapore, and I'm really happy to be able to contribute some of the Belgian experiences during these discussions. It is indeed in times like this, when times get tough, that we need to come together to learn from each other, to make sure that we understand what each country has done and has to contribute in sharing these efforts to make the world better in the future. And I thank you also for this invitation to express here what Belgium has done over the last couple of weeks and months. I think that Belgium can build on a very strong telecom system, IT system, also in the healthcare sector. And it has really helped us during this crisis to collect data, to set up communications between general practitioners, hospitals, patients, labs, and others, to make sure that we are handling this crisis in the right way. What we have done also is the fact that we have set up a specific task force dedicated to the use of data during this crisis. It helped bring people together to build models, to follow and to track the spread of the virus in our country and to take appropriate measures. It allowed us to use telecom data to make sure that people were abiding the rules during the lockdown. And this aggregated and anonymized data has helped tremendously in tracking the spread of the virus throughout the country. It has helped us to fight COVID, but it also allowed us to strengthen the ties between the different players in the ecosystem, and of course the importance of privacy and the Data Protection Authority in making sure that we are doing everything according to the European GDPR rules. This value of collaboration has also been shown between the public and the private sector at large. We have set up different collaborations during the crisis, not only around telecom, IT infrastructure and data, but also more broadly, for example, by setting up new testing capacity and being able to test more than 25,000 people a day during the last couple of weeks in order to track the spread of the virus. And this public-private collaboration, I think we should also try to see more at the international level. The public sector cannot be the operator of all change, and I think that also the market can help to change and happen to make sure that we are creating the right incentives in order to put forward the right solutions. And then, of course, there's the ever-increasing importance of digital skills. We have set up a digital skills fund to develop the competence of youth at risk, but also more broadly in our society, making sure that we are closing the digital gap. This has helped through the setting up, for example, in difficult areas of initiatives like Molengeek or B-Code, helping young people to step into the IT sector and building a career for themselves. But it is not enough. It needs to be ingrained in our schooling system, and we see that we are taking steps there now, but also I think international collaboration can be very helpful in that regard. So I'm looking forward to continuing this effort and to collaborate with all of you to share the best practices and to make sure that we come out of this crisis more intertwined, but also stronger. Thank you very much.
Excellency, thank you so much for your offer to contribute and to support this declaration. Our next speaker comes from Sri Lanka. Minister of Foreign Affairs and Skills Development, Employment and Labour Relations, His Excellency Mr. Dinesh Gunawardena, please.
Ayubowan. Honorable Urmas Rainsalo, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, Honorable Dr. Vivian Balakrishna, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore, Honorable Ministers and dear friends. I thank the Foreign Ministers of Estonia and Singapore for their joint initiative in convening this timely meeting today. Sri Lanka endorses Global Declaration on Digital Response to COVID-19. COVID-19 is a test for all of us in uncovering both the strengths and weaknesses in our national as well as global systems. While some nations have been successful in keeping the spread of COVID-19 under control, others are grappling with it. Challenges are emerging. It is with great satisfaction I inform that Sri Lanka has successfully controlled the community transmission of COVID-19. The country has low 90 cases of and only 0.54% deaths from over a million. New cases are reported only among returnees from overseas who have to undergo a mandatory period of quarantine. All returnees are subject to PCR testing at the airport itself to identify and isolate infected persons from treatment. Sri Lanka's success in both controlling the disease and addressing wide range of pandemic-related issues was partly enabled by the effective use of technology in our whole of government approach, guided by visionary political leadership of His Excellency President Gotabaya Rajapaksa. Let me briefly outline some of the measures Sri Lanka has taken so far. Tracing of contacts of COVID-19 patients, facilitated by technological tools, enable the efficient control of spread of the disease within the community by identifying diseased clusters and isolating suspected vulnerable individuals exposed to these patients within 24 hours. My Health Sri Lanka app and one-stop COVID site were used to discriminate upon to date the COVID-related information from official sources to citizens. To address the concerns of overseas Sri Lankans, including requests for repatriation, the Ministry of Foreign Relations, along with the Information and Communication Technology Agency, set up a dedicated Contact Sri Lanka portal. The platform will be available for delivery of services in the near future. To make work from home concept efficient, a dedicated platform, namely meet.government.lk, was introduced, and all telecommunication operators agreed to provide free access, concessional data charges to use this and other popular online meeting platforms. A pilot project is underway for the use of digital signatures for the state sector. Sri Lanka said, the National Cyber Security Agency issued regular guidelines to address the challenges associated with cyber security. During this period of increased use of cyberspace, with the support of all telecommunication operators, the government introduced a cost-free official e-learning portal for school children and all other students. The online tool ODoc followed the patients to connected with doctors for video, audio, and chat consultations free of charge, and also receive prescription and get medication delivered to the doorstep. Amendments were made to enable the stock market to transition from paper-based to an electronic-based environment. For the first time in 126 years, the Colombo tea auction was held online. I take this opportunity to thank our private sector partners who have immensely contributed during this crisis period, and hope this partnership will continue in meeting the future digital demands of the country. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, there is no doubt that COVID-19 world will be heavily dependent on digital solutions in almost all sectors. Cybersecurity will be a challenge in the new order, where collective action of all nations will require. While we stand proud of our digital response during the crisis, like many other nations, Sri Lanka is also constrained by resources and facilities in reaping the full benefit of digital technology. This is where we turn to our friends to learn from their best practices and improving national infrastructure and facilities. I hope that our deliberations today will open up avenues for further collaboration to address the digital divide. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you so much. Our next intervention comes from a very different time zone, once again, from Suriname. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Mrs. Yildiz Polak-Bail.
Thank you. And a warm good morning, co-chairs. At the outset, I express appreciation to Estonia and Singapore for their leadership in organizing this conference on the digital response to COVID-19. Solidarity, cooperation, and global leadership remain crucial as we combat this common enemy to humanity. The unprecedented challenges the world is facing with the COVID-19 pandemic requires innovative solutions, the exchange of knowledge and expertise, political will, and collaboration. The COVID-19 crisis provides us also with both challenges and opportunities to introduce innovative and flexible solutions to increase our resilience to crisis as we continue towards ensuring sustainable development for all. This crisis also provides us with a new dimension to multilateralism, one that requires innovative ideas and more collaboration efforts. I believe that the next 75 years of the UN will be one that embraces the digital age. Co-chairs, indeed, this crisis has highlighted the importance of digital transformation. At the same time, we should avoid that accelerated digitization results in greater digital gaps, as accessibility for everyone is crucial in this context. Given the social, financial, and economic impact of COVID-19, accessibility does not only regard the health sector, but all other segments in society, such as education, tourism, services, as well as small and medium enterprises, as we look at revolving our economies. I believe that financial inclusion also should be looked at. I recall that the UN has warned that children could be among the greatest victims of the crisis. The numbers that are presented by UNESCO are alarming. If I see that 91.3% of the world's students affected by school closures and more than 1.5 billion of students in 191 countries have trouble to continue their studies normally. Suriname is also not spared of these dire consequences for our children and students. Alternatives were provided to facilitate the restart of the education process, but one of the challenges remains equal access to e-education for every child in both the coastal areas and the hinterland. I underscore, therefore, the opportune moment for this initiative and the launch of the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19, which Suriname embraces and endorses. In closing, I reiterate that an effective digital response to COVID-19 includes the following. Given the social economic impact of this pandemic, as well as the financial constraint for small developing states, access to funds, the availability of rapid and flexible resources, all these should be addressed with urgency. Secondly, access to concessional financing for digitization and sustainable development is critical to ensure that no one is left behind. Thirdly, investments, accessibility to resources, technical assistance, and the sharing of knowledge and expertise are necessary to limit the digital divides. In this regard, we recognize the efforts of Estonia, as we have only in March 2020 signed an MOU between our e-governance institutions and with the aim to share best practices. Fourthly, inspire the children and youth and involve young innovators to contribute to durable solutions in response to COVID-19. And as it relates to our declaration, allow me, co-chairs, to advise that I would implore in the implementation space of this declaration, a proposal to set up a portal that is globally accessible, that shares all best practices in the area of e-governance and digital security. Before I wrap up, I urge the group of friends on e-governance and cybersecurity to be very active and advocate heavily on the implementation of this very important declaration. Co-chairs, distinguished delegates, it is up to us to make this work. It is up to us to be the generation that makes a difference. And it is up to all of us to ensure that no one is left behind. One sweet month's passy, it is Emancipation Day at this side of the world. And so I thank you and wish you a freedom thinking in the coming time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you so much for your support and for very instrumental idea regarding the access to that digital declaration. You also endorsed your support. Now we move to an Indian Ocean island, Mauritius. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Regional Integration and International Trade, His Excellency Mr. Nankomar Bodha. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your invitation to participate in this video conference on the digital response to COVID-19. An excellent initiative of Estonia and Singapore. A warm greeting to my colleague ministers from other countries. Excellency, our National Budget 2021, adopted last week, has laid great emphasis on the digital transformation of our government services through innovative technologies. As you are aware, the setting up of an electronic document management system, the EDMS, at my ministry will serve as a pilot project that will be replicated to all the other government sectors in Mauritius. As you're aware, this EDMS project is taking place on a G2G basis between my ministry and the e-Governance Academy of Estonia. The objective is to improve organizational efficiency, enhance service delivery, and provide strategic information for timely decision making across my ministry. As for the virus and the pandemic, Excellency, we have been able to contain it. With a late arrival of the virus and an early lockdown, we have had no local cases since 2 months. I believe, therefore, that there are many areas that need to be developed within the digital response to COVID-19 endeavor. And let me highlight a few. First of all, connectivity. This is a vital component of the digital response in times of crisis. It allows governments, organizations, and business entities to continue to function remotely. Second, cybersecurity and data protection. During the present pandemic, the existing digital system is increasingly vulnerable to cyber attacks and cyber terrorism. Fake news aims at disrupting the action of governments and instill fear and distrust among users. Therefore, countries need to collaborate to provide stronger regulatory framework to counter fake news and secure government digital networks and infrastructure. Third, let me address the issue of the healthcare systems and COVID-19 surveillance, Excellency. Mauritius has been quite successful in containing the spread of the disease through timely testing, contact tracing, and quarantine measures. However, efforts must now be geared towards a more robust and digitalized healthcare system to capture information on high-risk passengers entering our countries. In fact, effective digital applications in tracing infected persons and the creation of telemedicine services both for COVID-19 screening and managing non-COVID-19 cases also need to be considered. Fourth, let me address the issue of e-education and digital distance learning. The educational sector in Mauritius has resumed today after a lockdown of 3 months. The unplanned and rapid move to online learning with virtually no training, insufficient bandwidth, and little preparation could seriously inhibit educational growth in the long term. A hybrid model of education could eventually emerge with e-education, support teachers to reach out their students more efficiently and effectively. Challenges to e-learning include low connectivity and a lack of appropriate equipment and training. Excellency, to conclude, let me thank you, Honorable Minister of Estonia, again for this laudable initiative that has allowed us to share our ideas on our quest to find a better way forward in these troubled times. Perhaps it is opportune to set up a permanent international digital platform to share best practices of new technological tools and advances that can be used to ensure continuity. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you so much for your intervention, contribution, your ideas and your support. Now we move from Indian Ocean island Mauritius to continental Africa, Rwanda. Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, His Excellency Mr. Vincent Biruta, please. The audience is yours. You're welcome.
Excellencies, ministers, distinguished participants, I would like to begin by thanking my colleagues from Estonia and Singapore for inviting Rwanda to be part of this important dialogue on the digital response to COVID-19. As the global response to COVID-19 is gradually taking shape, it does seem necessary for leaders across the globe to reflect on how to leverage from digital transformation to not only respond to the socio-economic challenges caused by COVID-19, but also to build back better. COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted our ways of life, with schools, companies, or religious institutions temporarily closing. As a way of retaining normalcy, we are witnessing an acceleration of digital adoption by people, as well as companies to be able to operate effectively. While acknowledging the human distress caused by COVID-19 pandemic, the current worldwide situation has provided an incredible opportunity to fast-track the digitalization of our societies with a view to ensure sustainable development. As you are aware, Rwanda has positioned digital transformation at the core of its development strategy. In this context, the government of Rwanda has made substantial public investment in digital infrastructure and digital service delivery. This conducive environment has enabled the government of Rwanda to leverage from technologies to provide an effective response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Among others, Rwanda is using robots to carry out simple tasks like checking temperatures to minimize the human exposure to the virus. Electronic wristbands have been used to monitor people under quarantine, and in the bid to increase public awareness, drones are used in lockdown areas with automated megaphones. Digital payments, which went up out of necessities during this period of social distancing, have been promoted in Rwanda to facilitate tracing of contacts while slowing the spread of COVID-19 in the country. In the education sector, Rwanda has kept the doors open for learning by resuming studies for all through online platforms. With this pandemic, more than ever before, it is a priority to tackle digital exclusion to make sure that no one is left behind during these challenging times and as we move toward a more digital world. In this context, different initiatives have emerged in Rwanda, such as the Connect Rwanda Challenge to give universal and affordable access to smartphones, thus reducing the digital divide. Finally, I would like to emphasize on the need for international cooperation to ensure a safer digital space and enable a smooth digitalization process within our societies. As I conclude, I would like to affirm that Rwanda's digital policy is aligned with the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19 initiated by Estonia and Singapore, and confirm our support to this declaration. I thank you for your kind attention.
Excellency, thank you for your affirmation. Thank you for your support to this Global Digital Declaration. We will resume to our live broadcast in a few seconds with more country contributions. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, we will continue with interventions, contributions from different countries, and I will call in now Egypt. Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Sameh Hassan Shukri.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Estonia and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore. Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I'd like to express Egypt's appreciation to both the governments of Estonia and Singapore for holding this important conference and for all their efforts aimed at enhancing the digital response to COVID-19 pandemic. The novel coronavirus pandemic has posed unrivaled challenges to humanity, straining the healthcare system worldwide and largely affecting social and economic activities, with severe implication on the livelihoods of millions of people. It is in this time of crisis where all means of human interaction were put at risk that digital interaction emerged as our new vehicle to reconnect the world, relieve the strain on our healthcare systems, and revive socio-economic activities. Throughout the past few months, awareness campaigns took place through digital media. Telemedicine has flourished, educational institutions have managed to continue through digital education, and several economic and commercial activities have survived through e-commerce. The world has been managing the crisis using the digital infrastructure that we had built over the past few decades. Ladies and gentlemen, our common aspirations towards finding a vaccine or a cure for the virus might require additional time. This reality emphasizes the importance of fostering our concerted efforts for digital transformation. has become crucial to address the digital challenges to ensure the sustainability of the new system. Supporting the healthcare system through digital transformation remains the challenge, as consolidated efforts are still needed to enhance healthcare systems' ability with aspects like telemedicine, electronic filing, and providing protection for healthcare givers through distance therapy. Since the pandemic's early outbreak, Egypt has stepped up its efforts to equip the health sector, including through finding digital solutions to the crisis and introducing digital platforms as part of the government's efforts to facilitate procedures for citizens, provide the best medical service, and raise people's awareness on how to avoid infection. Another major challenge of deep concern is the technological gap between developed and developing countries, which requires redressing the disparities of digital know-how, including through clear measures for technology transfer, as well as availing affordable equipment and software to push forward digital transformation in developing countries. Moreover, as cyberspace becomes the main platform for human interaction, there is an increasing need for our consolidated efforts to protect cyberspace from criminal activities, building on what we have achieved, as well as creating new instruments that could increase cyber resilience. There is also pressing need to develop rules and norms for responsible state behavior in cyberspace with view to preventing this vital domain from becoming a malicious arena detrimental to both human and national security. Finally, our joint declaration puts us on the right track to address these challenges through identifying what needs to be done. We encourage all interested states as well as other stakeholders to come together as soon as possible to set mechanisms for implementation of this declaration, not least through setting global response programs, multi-stakeholder projects to bridge the gaps between developed and developing countries and ensure safe and equitable transformation to digitalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your kind words and support to this declaration. Next, we have Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Elmar Mammadiyarov from Azerbaijan. Please. Excellency, your microphone is muted. Please unmute. We can't hear you right now. We still can't hear you. Your microphone is muted. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, we move forward to North Macedonia. Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Nikola Dimitrov, and we will resume back to other countries after that. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, please.
Very good. First of all, let me thank my friend and colleague Urmas, Minister Reinsalu, and the Foreign Minister Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan of Singapore for organizing this ministerial conference entitled Close the Digital Divide, the Digital Response to COVID-19. The pandemic is affecting all areas of life in so many substantial ways. Governments all over the planet are facing active COVID-19 cases and are using every power, resource, and tool at their disposal to overcome this crisis, including possibilities of international coordination and cooperation. Okay. In this regard, as staunch supporter of effective multilateralism, I am proud on behalf of North Macedonia to declare our support for the Global Declaration on Digital Response to COVID-19. Digitalization of our societies provided opportunities for increased efficiencies in education, e-commerce, and delivery of services by the administration. Yet this process, being uneven, creates the risk of digital divide, thus hampering inclusion of disadvantaged members of our societies. This divide is not inevitable. Closing the gap was and still is a necessity, as shown by this pandemic. A huge number of children worldwide continue to live at home without broadband connection. But this is by no means unsolvable. While private companies are taking positive steps to alleviate the situation, and those are appreciated, they are insufficient to meet the need, and they serve to highlight the need for comprehensive national and worldwide policies. International cooperation and sharing of know-how can complement national efforts in making digitalization work for everyone. Especially in this crisis, we have to unite our efforts by sharing resources to discover new and more efficient ways how to benefit from open source software, websites, and platforms that are useful for public administrations, businesses, education, and citizens dealing with the ongoing crisis. In brief, I will share the experience of North Macedonia and some of our strategies that we have applied to mitigate the consequences of this tremendous crisis. Adaptation of NATO's next generation incident command system to enhance the response to COVID-19. The system is part of the NATO Science for Peace and Security project and was initially adopted in North Macedonia in 2019 with the purpose of coordinating all parts of government in the event of an emergency. In education, we have adapted to these new challenges caused by the virus, introducing online lectures and exams and several projects in this regard, including the project TV Classroom. In the health sector, a module for monitoring of patients on home treatment of COVID-19 was introduced. It includes daily records of the patient's conditions in home isolation by a selected physician. The e-prescription system is a centralized solution that enables electronic issuance of drug prescriptions and their collection from the pharmacies based on the issued prescription. In international trade and commerce, completely paperless procedure for export of goods has been introduced. Like in many other countries, Stop Corona, a contact tracing mobile application, was developed using the best global practices for the prevention and control of COVID-19. These are some of the few of the many examples that we have introduced with regard to COVID-19 in the country. The virus disrupted our way of life, but at the same time, it pushed us, it forced us to look more critically and more creatively into our established procedures and to find other ways of doing business, trade, education, and deliver public services. COVID-19 globally should trigger a new era of more efficient use of digital tools for the purpose of peace and sustainable development as overreaching goals both nationally and internationally. I thank you for your attention.
Excellency, thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for very relevant examples you brought up. We will resume back now to Azerbaijan. Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Elmal Mammadiyarov, please. The screen, floor, and audience is yours.
Thank you. Is it audible
yes.
now? Yes. Thank you very much. So Minister Mammadiyarov had to leave for Eastern Partnership Ministerial meeting, therefore I will deliver his statement on his behalf. So, quote, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, I would like to start by thanking Estonia and Singapore for organizing this important meeting in a time when the world continues to struggle with the coronavirus pandemic. Rapid spread of the virus poses a major challenge to the whole humanity, since the cases and casualties are rising enormously every day in all parts of the globe, leaving incurable consequences on human health, safety, and well-being. Being much more than the health crisis, COVID-19 demonstrated the potential to create devastating social, economic, and political crises in affected countries and to hamper progress towards achieving the SDGs. Along with its numerous mentioned implications, the pandemic has also brought an opportunity to estimate how the ability to leverage digital technologies is critical in building resilient responses during such pandemics. Since the start of outbreak, digital technologies have been at the center of the national response strategies in tackling COVID-19, such as ICTs have become an enabler in access to online education, development of health monitoring platforms, dissemination of vital information among population, and facilitation of delivery of goods and services to those remaining in lockdown situations, just to name a few. Azerbaijan was not an exception as well. We are actively utilizing ICTs through our national responses to the impacts of COVID-19, a one-stop digital platform making e-services available to everyone during the pandemic was launched by the Ministry of Transport and Communications. By collecting the links to online stores, education, health, entertainment, and delivery of goods, the platform facilitates visitors' access to them. The platform also provides advice on social distancing and staying at home and offers numerous e-learning resources, including tutorials to set up and run online businesses. Besides this e-platform, to regulate permissions for the people to go outside during the quarantine regime, and new video conferencing system based on AskCloud infrastructure has been established. In order to ensure continuity of education process, comprehensive distance educational system has been launched. National TV channels are broadcasting TV lessons, which are also recorded and available online at Ministry of Education's platform. In light of these consolidating efforts are needed to help countries in mobilizing resources and implementing innovative and context-appropriate solutions to provide goods and services remotely. It is only through solidarity and cooperation among states and international community we can achieve safety and well-being for all. Proceeding from this understanding, Azerbaijan held first ever online summit of online movement as its current chair, and it initiated the online emergency summit of Cooperation Council of Turkic States in May 2020. Recently, Azerbaijan, on behalf of non-member states, put forward the initiative to convene UN General Assembly special session, which enjoyed the support of overwhelming majority of UN member states. We believe that the session, which will be convened on the 10th of July, will also provide a platform to continue exploring and sharing experiences on how best we can leverage ICT's response to COVID-19. In conclusion, Mr. Chair, Azerbaijan expressed its endorsement and support to the Global Declaration on Digital Response to COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your endorsement and support to this declaration. Excellencies, our next contribution comes from Qatar. State Minister for Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Sultan bin Saad Al Muraiki, please.
Thank you, moderators. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with a great pleasure, I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Estonia and my colleagues, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Singapore, for their organizing this, for organizing the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19 pandemic, and announcing our support for the grand function with this short note. The full statement of the State of Qatar about the declaration will be presented by its permanent representative delegation at the meeting of the General Assembly. Excellency, while this pandemic affects all aspects of life, finding ways to enable more than 90% of the students continue their education amid school closure is one of the most critical challenges at the present. In this respect, protecting the right to education comes foremost in the priorities of the State of Qatar. With concerned institutions utilize technology to keep pace with international development, establishing distant education and learning mechanisms, and activating electronic platform for all the students to deal with this with these exceptional conditions. The same apply to providing quality and uninterrupted government public distant services through electronic platform. As a top priority for the State of Qatar, several initiatives to protect the basic system of information and communication technology were launched to enhance cybersecurity and provide a safe electronic environment. No doubt that cybercrime are threatening international peace and security and violating the international law. And all countries have to honor their responsibility to work combating them and prosecuting their perpetrators. In conclusion, we confirm the state of Qatar continue offers to strengthen the positive aspect of using innovative technology and digital transformation in such a way as to create a people-centered society capable of achieving all economic, social, environmental, and other aspects of sustainable development. Thank you for your listening and have a good day.
Excellency, thank you for your contribution. Thank you for bringing up also such a diverse set of dimensions related to the digital response to COVID-19. Our next contribution comes from Georgia. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Lasha Darsalia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excellencies, at the outset, let me thank Estonia and Singapore for their timely initiative of bringing the topic of the digitalization to the forefront of our exchange. Let me also stress the importance of the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19 that Georgia co-sponsored and that addresses every significant aspect of the digitalization in a holistic manner. We welcome the United Nations Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation that calls for action to connect, respect, and protect all people in the digital age. The current emergency has once again showcased the significance of human-centric digital investments for strengthening the resilience of societies. Regrettably, during the coronavirus outbreak, large part of the world's population lacks internet access. In this regard, safe and affordable access to digital tools should be seen as a gateway to contribute to bringing digital divide and leaving no one behind. While speaking about the benefits of the rapid advance of digital technologies, we should not forget the importance of the safe digital environment, which guarantees the protection of human rights online, including the right to privacy and data protection. Unfortunately, cyber attacks and disinformation campaigns continue to be the rising threat to the online world. Over the past years, my country also became a target of the cyber aggression on several occasions. Among them, in August 2008, during the Russia-Georgia war, Russia unleashed massive cyber attacks against my country, which was the first precedent of a massive cyber attack undertaken in a parallel to ongoing military operations. Not so long ago, last October, we were hit by another well-planned and large-scale cyber attack by Russia, which was intended to harm Georgian citizens and government structures by disrupting and paralyzing the functioning of various organizations. It is very worrisome that we live in a world where during the global spread of COVID-19 pandemic, even healthcare facilities and organizations are under intensified cyber attacks. Recognizing the potential of innovative and flexible digital solutions that they have on our everyday lives, including especially while confronting crises like the COVID-19, Georgia stays committed in its endeavors to make full use of digital technologies and to ensure equitable access to digital infrastructure for all. Digital solutions have proved to be a valuable tool for Georgia to overcome the negative consequences of the crisis and have been employed in different sectors. Let me briefly highlight just a few of them. In light of school and university closure throughout the country, provision of distance learning service has become a priority. By employing various response mechanisms and e-tools, it has become possible to ease the negative impact of the novel coronavirus outbreak on the education system and to ensure undisrupted continuation of teaching and learning processes. Virtual classrooms have been created for all school classes and subjects in online program Microsoft Teams, Telescholar, First Channel, Education Broadcast, TV lessons for pupils of all grades in different subjects. Higher educational institutions also use various platforms to conduct e-learning process. A new project, Web School, was launched for university entrance, which will help them to prepare for unified entrance examinations. An innovative application called Stop COVID has been created to help stem the further spread of the virus in the country by informing people if they have been in contact with COVID-19 infected person. The application does not require registration on personal information. Governance has continued to be widely used in public service delivery and ensure smooth operation on public institutions. Distinguished delegates, the new reality of COVID-19, along with the challenges, has also created the window of opportunity to increase resilience to crisis and transform society by introducing innovative solutions. Having said that, Georgia stays committed to further continue efforts to meet the call to connect, respect, and protect all people in the digital age, and reaffirms the significance of human rights-based approach to digitalization. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Our next intervention comes from Uzbekistan. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Sherzod Asadov, please. Excellency, your microphone is muted. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, at the outset, let me express the gratitude of the Uzbek side to the organizers of this conference, Estonia and Singapore, for organizing this conference on such a topical issue as the development of digital technologies during the pandemic. Many changes in our lives has been brought by the coronavirus pandemic. The government of Uzbekistan has been taking comprehensive measures to counter the spread of COVID-19 in the country and region-wide. Significant efforts and resources are being channeled towards supporting the country's healthcare system. The impact of information and communication technologies on our daily lives should not be underestimated. During the pandemic, the need to develop a freelance culture and improve IT skills among the population became even more important. It should be noted that the government of Uzbekistan pays significant attention to the development of the ICT sector. Over the past few years, Uzbekistan has invested heavily in the technology ecosystem, driving the creation and delivery of IT products and services, including internet access, mobile communications, and other related areas. Ongoing development goals also include improving the investment climate by reducing state regulation and assuring property rights. 2020 has been declared in Uzbekistan as the year of science, enlightenment, and digital economy development. Today, ICTs are significant factors that trigger economic development in the country. In order to further develop information technologies, the presidential decree on measures for widespread introduction of the digital economy and e-government has been adopted on April 28 this year. Since the beginning of the pandemic and the adoption of the quarantine measures, the government of Uzbekistan has taken a number of measures to actively implement digital technologies and innovative solutions. Firstly, along with the announcement of the coronavirus quarantine in Uzbekistan, internet service providers and mobile operators have provided free access to educational resources so that students can freely use video tutorials prepared by educational institutions with the instructions from the Ministry of Public Education and the Ministry of Preschool Education. Secondly, in order to ensure the speed of internet communication at the appropriate level, the process of changing the dynamics of internet traffic, mobile and telephone traffic are taken. We have developed a plan of preventive measures for exceeding the volume of internet downloads. Thirdly, Uzbekistan is actively working to provide internet access to remote regions of the country. The Ministry for the Development of Information Technologies and Communications has simplified the procedure of launching base stations for mobile operators. Between 2020 and 2024, the government plans to incubate 14 IT parks across Uzbekistan, establish regional digital competency training centers, or so-called IT centers, triple the number of residents of the Techno Park, and increase the number of employees to 40,000 in this area. It is expected that this will increase the volume of computer services and programming, as well as their exports. In order to speed up digital transformation as crucial factor for strengthening resilience of affected people, we propose following domains of cooperation. Number one, in order to facilitate the access to justice, ensure human rights and freedoms, it is important to foster digitalization of courts and pre-trial investigation processes, as well as to introduce ICT to the penitentiary systems. The active implementation of ICT and digital technologies in court proceedings is very important during the quarantine regime. Second, it is vital to ensure children's rights to education by introducing the digital technologies. We believe it is necessary to consider the possibility of exchanging experiences and best practices in implementing innovative methods of distance learning in schools and universities. Third, it is necessary to develop a single international human rights standards during pandemics. It would create common approaches to the concept and content of quarantine measures. Fourth, in the field of healthcare regulation, it is important to create an online healthcare projects that would involve the introduction of modern digital technologies, including single electronic medical record and electronic clinic, etc. And the fifth, to create a favorable environment to support startup initiatives and development in digital services in general, such as food delivery, medical and pharmaceutical services, services for entertainment and recreation, services for self-development. In conclusion, I would like to thank once again the organizers of today's event and all participants, and wish everyone sound health and every success in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing this remarkable roadmap you have achieved. Our next contribution comes from Kazakhstan. Vice Minister of Digital Development, Innovations and Aerospace Industry, His Excellency Mr. Ablaikhan Ospanov.
Thank you very much, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me express my gratitude to the Estonian and Singaporean parties for organizing this event and for the opportunity to share our experience. COVID-19 requires the collective efforts of the global community. As the UN Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres noted, the importance of digital cooperation and its importance. Quarantine, social distance, remote work accelerated the digital transformation. Of the short period of time, Kazakhstan has implemented more than 53 different advanced IT solutions in various fields. A number of healthcare projects have been developed. They also connected with the e-government portal and smart city applications to provide more information for our citizens. During the quarantine, our ministry has enhanced the work of e-government. Electronic digital signatures and Face ID in public services have been implemented in 3 days. Overall, we provided around 20 million services during the pandemic. Today, the rate of e-service has rose up at 83.7% of all provided services in Kazakhstan. One of the solutions for preventing the spread is shifting to remote model of work. Nowadays, about 80% of government employees work from home. One of the local IT companies, Documentolog, has transferred all government agencies to cloud-based document service in a short period of time. The main condition is the replacement of the document service platform for cloud technology. Connection of the subordinate organization is in process. The number of users is growing daily. Moreover, nowadays, more than 100 countries introduced a nationwide clause for educational institutions. These measures affected about 1.5 billion children and youth. 2 out of the 3 countries have implemented distance learning platform. In Kazakhstan, the educational process is organized using existing electronic platforms as Bilimblend, Kundelik, Univer, Platonos, and Darren Online. It is worth to note that government provided free access internet to educational and health sites and internet resources that provide public service. Moreover, the free internet access was provided to teachers, doctors, and families in need. I would like to mention that due to the forced measures, the digital literacy of the population has increased. Digital skills training has shifted to a new format. Today is conducted in an online mode, also launch of channel of Telegram. At the end of my speech, I would like to draw attention on the relevance and timelines of the Global Declaration on Digital Response to COVID-19. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you so much for your best wishes. Thank you so much for your support. We will move on now to Cyprus. Deputy Minister of Research, Innovation and Digital Policy, His Excellency Mr. Kyriakos Kokkinos, please.
First of all, allow me to thank the organizers, Estonia and Singapore, for this very important initiative and this gathering of sharing not just experiences, but to agree on the way forward. COVID-19 has had a profound effect touching upon all aspects of human life and society. The pandemic triggered not only a public health crisis, but also a global recession at economic and society level. Moreover, it raised the question of how the world should organize itself against the threat of this and any future pandemics. Now, entering hopefully in the post-pandemic era, our first response actions, which were focused on mitigation and containment, should be turned into proactive measures, accelerating the state's digitization strategy to increase resilience and optimize processes at the same time. With high transmissibility and no effective vaccine or therapy yet in the horizon, it is now more important than ever to harness technology and promote international collaboration and cooperation to ensure the future of our planet and our societies. Strong cooperation and solidarity is crucial in tackling the several challenges lying ahead, not only in terms of supporting economic recovery, but also in terms of reinforcing the society's resilience against a number of risks and challenges, such as pandemics, climate change, and others. In these regards, we strongly support the initiative to promote a global digital response to the COVID-19 crisis, as described in the joint declaration, which is entirely consistent with the spirit and essence of our plans here in Cyprus. It is a fact, though, that COVID-19 has not only accelerated digital transformation in our country, as well as from what I heard from previous speakers from other countries, but also exposed the digital divide, not only within the countries, but also between countries. Reducing the inequality is achieved not only through the digital technology, but also through the policies and practices that accompany its development and implementation. The enhancement of digital skills is key towards this direction, as well as vital element in developing a knowledge-based society where innovation and entrepreneurship can flourish and grow. Our greatest bet is to create the mindset to accept, promote, and embrace this challenge at global level. We have a long way to go, and yet the commitment for cooperation is key. In the words of Bernardo Mariano, the director of whose Department of Digital Health and Innovation, the world needs to be well prepared and united in the spirit of shared responsibility to digitally detect, protect, respond, and prepare the recovery for COVID-19. No single entity or single country initiative will be sufficient. We need everyone, and in this respect, we are in full support of this joint declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for expressing your support to this global digital declaration. Next, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for Innovation, His Excellency Lord James Bethell, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed. And can I start by saying a profound thanks to both Singapore and to Estonia, two countries that often lead the way in our digital journey, and I'm enormously grateful to them to bring this important meeting together. Can I start by saying that digital solutions have proved to be an absolutely critical backbone of Britain's response to the crisis, and there will be no doubt that they will play a huge role as we emerge from the pandemic. And that is particularly true in my portfolio, which is the health portfolio. In health, the pandemic has proved beyond doubt that better tech is absolutely critical for delivering better outcomes for people. COVID has forced us to change the way in which healthcare is delivered, and we've made huge progress. Let me give you a couple of examples. 99% of doctors can now provide video appointments. That's a massive improvement on where we were before. We've given away 2,000 iPads that into care settings so residents can stay in touch with loved ones, transforming the connectivity of many of those important locations. And we provide hardware to doctors who weren't working remotely before, and I feel probably won't go back to the old ways. But now we've got to take stock of recent developments so we can consolidate and build on the advances we've made. COVID-19 has not only accelerated transformation in health, a free, open and secure internet and digital technologies have become central to the whole economy and have enabled continued access to education, culture, work and public services. It's absolutely essential that whilst we seek to realise the potential of new technologies, we're guided by ethical frameworks that promote our safety and security and ensure the appropriate safeguards are in place. Inclusive and multi-stakeholder cooperation is vital. We've learned during COVID that we must harness the strengths and perspectives of industry, governments and civil society. The pandemic has also reaffirmed the need for digital technologies to be accessible to all. And I absolutely agree with previous speakers who have made this point. We must work together to bridge the digital divide and connect the unconnected. The UK is completely committed to accelerating improvement in our digital infrastructure, supporting efforts to build digital skills in all of society, so that we can all thrive in our increasingly digital world. My friends, the recommendations in the declaration we are discussing today feel particularly relevant in the context of the UK's long-term approach to harnessing digital technologies to deliver sustainable goals. The UK already supports the Digital Access Programme, promoting inclusive, safe and secure digital access in Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, Brazil and Indonesia, and the Identification of Development Programme through the World Bank and with other donors. In both these programmes and others which the UK funds, digital technology is helping internationally, not only with the direct response to COVID, but also in mitigating the indirect impacts, such as building long-term resilience to pandemics. My friends, by way of closing, I completely welcome today's discussion and the focus on ensuring that everyone can benefit from the digital world. And I am hopeful that we can all emerge stronger from this pandemic together.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for expressing and articulating your support to the endeavor we are going to set up during this event. Our next contribution comes from Colombia. Deputy Minister of Digital Economy, His Excellency, Mr. Germán Rueda, please.
Greetings to all. I would like to thank Mr. Urmas Reinsalu, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Singapore, and everybody who is joining us on this very important day for this declaration. I thank you for your leadership and for the invitation to allow Colombia to participate in joint efforts. It is in times like this that we must come together, that we must work together, and we must solve together all of the challenges humanity is facing in the COVID-19 crisis. The whole world is experiencing problems that many of us haven't seen before, and it is precisely in these situations that all of us have to come together and be creative. We have to be innovative, and we have to use all of our tools within our reach to solve these problems. In Colombia, we have leveraged technology and digital tools to fight COVID-19, as all of you have. And this is beginning with leadership directly from our president's office. Data has been a key driver for decision makers, and we have strengthened our different mechanisms to develop dashboards, integrate data from multiple fronts, not just the health sector, but also social, demographic, economic, and educational data. In addition to advisory committees oriented towards health policy, we have also set up a digital advisory council that helps incorporate perspective from leading international tech companies, national companies, and the private sector that is also a key actor in helping us fight through and improve our digital response. As the Ministry of Information and Communication Technologies, we have a responsibility to promote digital tools and improve the quality of life of all of our citizens, and particularly care for them in these times of crisis. In response to the coronavirus pandemic, we have increased our efforts to speed up deployment of connectivity infrastructure and also increase the speed in which we are deploying free Wi-Fi access, particularly in rural areas throughout the country, with the goal of providing access and connectivity to all in this challenging time. We basically have had to adopt our digital transformation efforts planned for years to weeks. At the beginning of the pandemic, we had more than 8 million students in face-to-face classes throughout universities and schools, and we have deployed now educational online programs to support them. We only had about 170,000 workers working remotely throughout the whole country, and now we have more than 2 million people that have been moved or accelerated to working in a remote fashion. Today, I'm only sharing a few of the aspects with the purpose of contributing to this discussion and to sharing what we can all do together to fight the COVID-19 crisis. On the educational front, we have dedicated efforts to ensure continuity. In alignment with our health safety measures to promote social distancing and safe measures, we launched a platform where more than 80,000 unique contents have been loaded, which allows students of all ages to continue their educational process. We have been able, through this strategy, to have more than 5 million registered users and have had more than 21 million visits in the past 3 months. So we're very concerned about trying to promote education in particularly children and guarantee that they can continue their processes as best as they can. Also understanding that we have connectivity limitations throughout the country, we have developed content that is transmitted through public television channels. Every morning we have a program called Teacher at Home, which aims to strengthen the knowledge and competencies of children and young adults. And through mechanisms, we've allowed interaction so that viewers can engage through opinions, questions, and other activities. Another front on the digital response has been on e-commerce. We understand, all of us, the huge impact that COVID-19 has had on our economies. And we believe that digital tools and technology are fundamental to promote the economic recovery across all sectors. So we have been working very closely through different government entities in promoting partnerships that will allow our entrepreneurs, our companies, to deploy their services online. We have, in the past few months, allowed small, medium enterprises to create more than 17,000 portals where they can continue to offer their goods and services. And the second half of the year, we'll be working with more than 6,000 entrepreneurs to help develop their online portals, as well as work with campaigns to educate consumers, promoting security, cybersecurity best practices, not just from the commercial perspective, but also from the user perspective. And the last point on digital government, we have been working very diligently to accelerate our public entities transformation. We have been working very hard for the past year. We've adopted Estonia's X-Road model, and in response to COVID-19, we have increased our efforts to accelerate the deployment of the digital solutions needed by our citizens. With this in mind, we launched the new services in April of this year, where now citizens can access more than 700 services online, trying to minimize the physical interactions required that we're trying to prevent in response to the COVID-19 fight. So Colombia continues working on multiple initiatives to strengthen our digital response. We strongly believe that through collaboration, all of us will be able to overcome the challenges put forth by this crisis. And in this regard, I'd like to express my gratitude to be able to participate, the opportunity to be able to contribute. And I would like to reiterate Colombia's support and commitment to work together as we endorse this global declaration on the digital response. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your endorsement. We will resume after a short video break. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, we will resume our event with a contribution from Sweden. Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Robert Rydberg.
Excellencies, let me begin by thanking Estonia and Singapore for arranging this meeting, as well as Estonia for the recent ARIA meeting on cyber. Digital issues are today the front line for discussions in most fields, be it foreign and security policy or human rights, be it new technology to fight pandemics and to boost our economies. Even before the present crisis, we saw the importance of open, secure, and free connectivity. What this crisis has underscored is that digital issues are anything but abstract. They are central to international affairs and global development. Internet access is not a luxury. It is often the difference between having or not having access to healthcare, education, and employment. In Sweden, as elsewhere, connectivity has enabled people to work from home, to keep studying, and to receive healthcare advice online. Connectivity creates possibilities. Connectivity allows entrepreneurs from all corners of the world to develop joint solutions to global problems in health and other fields. It enables youth from poor areas of the world to access content at the world's best universities. It enables healthcare workers from the most remote regions correctly to diagnose a new virus. The digital divide must be closed if we are going to reduce global inequalities and achieve the SDGs. Sweden has, through its international development cooperation, supported the development of digital capabilities since the 1990s. In the light of the current crisis, this work is taking on increased importance. The sharing of knowledge, the ability to communicate freely and to collaborate around joint goals are key to driving innovation and finding solutions that enable sustainable development. The task is clear: to support and shape the development of the Internet as a force for good, finding innovative solutions to global problems, and reducing the risk of conflict and fragmentation of cyberspace. We have much work to do to ensure that the international governance system can respond to these emerging opportunities. We need a stronger multilateral system. Leadership and coordination by the UN is essential. This is the time for collaboration, solidarity, and for building back better. In conclusion, Sweden welcomes the roadmap for digital cooperation presented by the Secretary General, and I wish to express our support for the global declaration on the digital response to COVID-19 that is being presented here today. Thank you.
Excellency, thank you so much, and thank you once again for bringing up the importance of multilateral approach on digital transformation topics. Next we have Honduras. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Jose Isaias Barahona Herrera, please.
Thank you. Excellencies, I want to start by thanking the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia and Singapore for organizing and inviting us to this important conference. The COVID-19 pandemic has taken us all by surprise. Today, more than ever, we need to reduce the gap between those that have access to internet and those that lack broadband connectivity. Technologies enable nations to promote development and opportunities for all its citizens. Today, Honduras government is making efforts to expand the connectivity of its citizens with the aim of reducing digital gaps and creating an environment that promotes the use of information technologies in different areas of public administration. Digital government allows the construction of a government that is transparent, safe, and close to the citizens. This gives rise to an environment of competitiveness and economic dynamism. Moreover, e-governments allow societies to become resilient, to adapt and innovate during difficult moments like the ones we live today due to the pandemic. In Honduras, we are focusing efforts on the modernization of processes in the public health systems with telemedicine, e-education for students, and the Honduran youth that has been affected by the coronavirus. Moreover, we are working on mechanisms such as conditional cash transfers, electronic wallet, e-wallet, as payment systems that were presented as an alternative to allow the most vulnerable groups within our population to obtain food, staples, medicine, and personal protective equipment during the pandemic. Today, Honduras ratifies its commitment to work with all the nations and its delegations gathered in this forum to further promote transparent, efficient, and innovative government tools available to all its citizens. We must admit that we have just started to build a vision for the creation of the e-government in Honduras. Nevertheless, that is the reason why, in fact, we truly look forward to work and learn from all the participating states that join us today to bridge the gap of connectivity in Honduras in the upcoming months and years. In Honduras, we have just announced last month the appointment of our first Minister of Digital Government. In the last 30 days, I have directed all the ambassadors under our administrations to reach out to some of the leading nations, more than 15 countries already, in e-governments across the world, many of them gathered here today, to support technical assistance partnership that will help strengthen the digital agenda in Honduras. International cooperation is a fundamental pillar to close the digital divide, not only in Honduras, but across the globe. Through government, internet, and technologies, we have the ability to save lives, promote democracy, education, health services, freedom, and above all, to create a more just society. To conclude, I express that Honduras fully supports the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19 that we are approving today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for expressing your support to this digital declaration. Our next contribution comes from Oman. Secretary General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Saeed Badr bin Hamad bin Hamoud Al Busaidi. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. First, I would like to offer our thanks to Estonia and Singapore, and in particular, Their Excellencies Ormas Rainslau and Dr. Vivian Balakrishnan, for their wisdom, for their foresight in hosting this video conference. Thanks too to Mr. Lena Vilk for his excellent moderation. The issues raised by this video conference are of great importance. Whatever our current difficulties, we are totally supportive of its objectives as well as of the declaration that comes out of it. First, we endorse the priority of supporting and sustaining multilateralism at every opportunity. We view the proliferation of unilateralism as unhelpful for peace and stability. Only through multilateralism can technologies and best practices be most effectively shared around the world. It is the foundation stone for fruitful international cooperation. Second, we endorse the principle that no one should be left behind. No one. We recognize that inequality is a fundamental challenge that needs to be addressed, again, in the interest of peace and stability. And last, I want to express our concern for young people. In the Sultanate of Oman, Omanis are doing their best in this regard. For instance, we have a technology investment fund to support youth initiatives and startups, which we hope will generate more digital solutions for our community in many fields, from healthcare to education. But the fact remains that right now in Oman, as in many other countries around the world, school children and college students have had their education drastically interrupted. For them, time is passing quickly. Millions of young people are in the most basic way missing out. And surely, if human capital is the key to our future prosperity, we neglect it at our peril. Governments need to consider very carefully balancing the interests of the young with the interests of other sections of our communities. So we hope an objective of this conference may be to have a specific priority of shaping a digital response to COVID and future pandemics that supports the education of the young. Thank you very much.
Bringing up dimension of the education, thank you so much for the support to this digital declaration. Next contribution comes from Bosnia and Herzegovina. Assistant Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Almir Sahovic. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to address you here today. We would like to thank our hosts, Estonia and Singapore, for hosting this conference and offering us some glimmers of hope and opportunities to come out of this catastrophe that it is the COVID-19 pandemic. While we all certainly have faced challenges and crises in the past, with COVID-19, we were faced with a rather unique and specific circumstances. Mandatory work from home, severe travel restrictions, difficulty of medical care systems to meet demand, or things as simple as being unable to go out and buy food safely. These things all present challenges on their own, but combined, they really gave us a taut and complex problem to face. But we, for the most part, preserved, finding new ways of collaborating and meetings, examining proven but also innovative solutions to education, and adapting to a new way of life for a new era. At the same time, while working through the problems we face, we identified many shortfalls. And now we find ourselves at the crossroads where we can tackle some of these issues. We can share lessons learned, identify innovative and new ways forward, and work together to create a more capable, more resilient world, ready to face whatever may come next. In this digital day and age, implementing e-education and digital distance learning solutions was certainly a challenge for us all. While some segments of our society relied on such tools regularly in the past, we were faced with a unique scenario where a country's entire educational systems was forced to move online to a virtual world with virtual classes and virtual exams. Many universities offered e-learning before, but not many elementary schools, preschools, or kindergartens were faced with this issue. And while some solutions like collaborative platforms, video conference tools, and posting lessons online video platforms worked for many, they also identified problems. Both children and parents faced some of these platforms for the first time. And even those who used them before were using them in new ways with their preschoolers to do same assignments and share them with the other children. But more importantly, it heightened another divide in society. Not every parent or child has a computer, a tablet or mobile phone. And certainly not everyone has access to internet or broadband at their homes. And this brings me to the importance of providing affordable connectivity everywhere. And it is going to be one of our privilege and our priorities in the time to come. In the end, I would like to put forward a question, and it pertains to use of technologies for contact tracing and digital monitoring of the spread of COVID-19. The need for this is obvious, and all of us could and should benefit from this application of technology. The question remains how to best harmonize access and use of this technology. In particular, how do we enable smaller countries and countries with more limited technical and technological capacity to be part of this crucial project? Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the world may have slowed down a bit during the COVID-19 epidemic, but it is certainly going to keep going at the same, if not at an even faster pace. And we, all of us, need to keep up. Let's use this catastrophe to identify issues, but also best practices and new ways forward. It is challenging and brave new age before us, but only by working together can we face the road ahead. And to conclude, Bosnia and Herzegovina completely endorses the proposed declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your endorsement. Thank you so much for very relevant questions also raised. Our next country contribution comes from Vietnam. Assistant Foreign Minister, His Excellency Mr. Pham Quang Hieu.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank Estonia and Singapore for organizing this important conference. We live in the digital age that has enormous impacts on people's lives and socio-economic development of all countries. Digital technology now plays a very important role in promoting international cooperation to combat the pandemic and also in creating new impetus for economic recovery in the post-COVID-19 era. Digital technology, however, is also posing a number of difficulties, especially the digital divide among countries and even among communities within a country. To make digital transformation a success for all in this critical juncture, we believe that countries need to strengthen cooperation on improving digital infrastructure and building regulation on digital governance. Vietnam and ASEAN have made great efforts in narrowing the digital divide and applying digital technologies to enhance international cooperation on many issues, including the prevention of COVID-19. As the chair of ASEAN, Vietnam has been working closely with member countries to implement the action plan of ASEAN Digital Integration Framework, particularly in promoting digital trade and innovation. Since the beginning of 2020, in the context of the pandemic, Vietnam has held many online meetings in ASEAN and between ASEAN and its partners, having put forward measures to help prevent pandemic and promote economic recovery. Vietnam also stands ready to further cooperation with other countries in efforts to narrowing the digital divide to better respond to the COVID-19 and to promoting sustainable, inclusive, and innovative development. I thank you.
Thank you so much for your support. Thank you so much for your contribution. Our next country intervention comes from Montenegro. State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Vladimir Radulovic, please.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to thank Estonia and Singapore for organizing a conference on this important topic. Even today's meeting is a testament to the importance of technology and digitalization. At the same time, this meeting is also a confirmation of the necessity of multilateral approaches to our common challenges. We are facing the unprecedented global crisis that knows no borders. The pandemic of COVID-19 poses threats to the lives of our people and to the world as we know it, entailing unforeseeable consequences and long-lasting detrimental impact on economies and societies worldwide. Therefore, it is our joint responsibility to act promptly and in solidarity to seize the negative effects of the crisis. Extreme times certainly demand innovative and quick approaches. Despite being aware that digitalization is the inevitable future, these new circumstances are a stimulus for faster technology development and a more efficient response. Montenegro reacted promptly to the pandemic by imposing a set of measures, including, of course, unfortunately, the closing of borders, that ultimately suppressed the rapid spread of the disease in our territory. In addition, it was necessary to ensure that the system continues to function under the new circumstances in an efficient and effective manner. Therefore, the government has taken all necessary actions to ensure the smooth functioning of institutions, which meant a faster transition of certain services to digital technologies. Our ultimate goal is to protect health and well-being of our citizens. At the same time, we were focused on the protection of the most exposed groups, children in schools, and health workers. The Ministry of Education successfully conducted the program Study at Home, which enabled pupils from primary and high schools to follow lectures through television broadcast and also online. The online classes were also organized for the students of higher educational institutions. The government has taken all necessary steps to reduce this possibility of the virus transmission in health facilities. The e-health services were launched, providing citizens with consultations with their doctors and taking lab results without leaving their homes. These and other measures by our authorities resulted in the corona-free country status for a significant period of time. Even today, as we speak, in spite of certain increase of corona-registered cases, Montenegro, though not any longer corona-free country, can be considered as corona-safe country. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Montenegro recognizes the great economic and social potential of digitalization. The creation of information society is a strategic endeavor of the government based on three pillars: infrastructure, cybersecurity, and e-economy, which involves e-businesses, e-education, e-health, e-government, innovation, and of course, further development. We have made significant investment in infrastructure and adopted new laws in order to create conditions for comprehensive use of information technologies. Digitalization is becoming part of the government functioning, whether by linking different institutions, creating digital identity of citizens, or the equalization of electronic communication in the administrative procedures. The government is also allocating funds to support the creation of startups and is cutting barriers for e-commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, we are witnessing how digitalization assists multilateralism in the time of crisis. In the same time, we cannot achieve our global digital goals without the respect for the basic principles of multilateralism, international cooperation, and solidarity. Montenegro is committed to the creation of an open, inclusive, fair, and democratic digital world in which technology serves our common peaceful goals, encourages development, and contributes to the well-being of all citizens. In closing, dear friends, we must make no mistake. Digitalization, as a new tool we are still trying to explore and understand, serves the ultimate goal, helping us to save human lives, human rights, human values, and an essence of humanity. Nothing more and nothing less.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you so much for your endorsement. Next contribution comes from Slovakia. State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs, Her Excellency Ms. Ingrid Brochkova, please.
Thank you very much, dear ministers. Let me first express our appreciation to both co-chairs of the group, Estonia and Singapore, for the organization and preparation of this meeting. We appreciate this interesting and stimulating discussion. Current crisis has highlighted the importance of digital technologies. The EU-wide database could play a key role in matching needs of our partners with available innovative services and products. And I thank our Estonian colleagues for this useful initiative. As a result, we see that digital technologies first bring new opportunities to recover our economies and a chance to transfer our societies towards more inclusive, sustainable, and socially just living. Second, they help to overcome next potential rounds of the corona or any other health pandemic. Unfortunately, the pandemic has also magnified the digital divide. It had already existed before among various regions, age or social groups or level of education, but it seems we have not paid enough attention to it, and that should change. We have now the opportunity to close the widening gap, and paradoxically, the COVID-19 might help. So what should be the way forward? Let me make exactly 6 points. First of all, it showed us that while the private sector has adapted quite well and reacted swiftly, many public services were lagging behind. Lessons number 1, for the future. We need to be better prepared, especially on governmental level and intergovernmental multilateral level. Second, we need robust digital infrastructure, high-tech modern networks, ultra-broadband connectivity, and we need better education for generating digitally skilled users and labor force. We need to educate kids as well as we need to re-educate adults to have them ready for the future. Third, we need to have functional and an effective online public services for better governance and for making life easier for people. While some countries may already be ahead and well advanced with their e-government systems, some others are behind. The best practice sharing may help to rectify that. Our fourth point is that we must not forget about providing high standards of personal data protection and online privacy. They are elementary prerequisites for building people's trust and confidence in the data world. If this is not secured, people will not be willing to share information that might be that may be critical, for example, for inhibiting a spread of disease, online tracking applications. Fifth, fight against disinformation and hate speech is also a long-distance run, yet it concerns all countries around the world, and it is a typical example where the international community should work closer together. Sixth, the current pandemic gives us an enormous opportunity to implement digital solutions faster for reaching our goals in all areas of sustainable development goals of Agenda 2030. Allow me to share with you our recent practical experience of international cooperation. Digitalization was the key topic of the OECD Ministerial Council meeting under the Slovak chairmanship in 2019. By choosing the topic, Harnessing Digital Transition for Sustainable Development, Opportunities and Challenges, a topic relevant to all of us, we discussed all aspects of digital transition, such as competition, multilateral cooperation, taxing digital economy, security, and last but not least, digital solutions for better life of our population. One of the concrete outcomes achieved under the presidency of Slovakia was a new OECD legal instrument, recommendations on artificial intelligence, which was later adopted by G20. This instrument constitutes the very first ethical framework for all stakeholders, which should form the basis for the application of AI and make AI more transparent and credible for users. I would like to assure you that Slovakia is committed to engage constructively in the group of friends on e-governments and cybersecurity in the future and contribute to its work by sharing our best practices. We endorse the declaration. I would like to thank you and please stay healthy and safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your commitment. Thank you so much for your endorsement. Our next contribution comes from Slovenia. State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Tone Kaiser. Please.
Aitäh, thank you very much. We were temporarily disconnected, but now I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I will continue. First of all, I would like to thank on behalf of Slovenian government, Estonia and Singapore for the organization of this very important discussion. It's showing how important digitalization, especially now in this lockdown of COVID-19 pandemics, is becoming. So importance of digital assets have become really important for our societies, and we can see clearly accelerated digital transformation across the globe as many countries around the world struggle to sustain business, work and education. So networks, connectivity and digital skills has proven to be really indispensable in tracking the spread of virus and pursuing robust recovery. The pandemic has clearly demonstrated the benefits of widely accessible and effective public health. In this regard, we believe that digitalization can further multiply its benefits. In Estonia, you have really made a tremendous effort and progress in this regard, I know, regarding the health, e-health. And we believe that digitalization can further multiply its benefits, improving the quality of health treatments and provide quick and safe management of health information. Safe is the word. So in Slovenia, we also, regarding the e-health system, includes e-prescriptions, e-referrals, and centralized patient information base, all of which are widely used by patients and doctors, and we are all the time willing to share those good solutions. Of course, we believe that the continued global solidarity, a lot of speakers before me already said, global solidarity is essential, is crucial, and we have shown on our behalf support to global access to health through its development assistance, through our development assistance. I can mention here our project establishing 40 new centers of telemedicine and e-health on 9 islands in Cabo Verde. That is, by our opinion, representing really good example of comprehensive approach to harnessing the possibilities of digitalization. My colleague from Slovakia has mentioned education, knowledge. We very much agree with this. We think knowledge is the key word. We promote very much development of e-skills and e-competences in order to boost development of innovative products and services, and exchange of knowledge and good practices, as well as strengthened North-South cooperation, is among our key core principles. I would like to mention, based on the 40 years of international research in this field, we are strong users of development. We are strongly developing the artificial intelligence. As a result, we have established and we are hosting the International Research Center for Artificial Intelligence, which is working under the auspices of UNESCO. Additionally, we, together with countries and EU, established a global partnership for artificial intelligence. This multilateral initiative supports accountable and human-centered approach to artificial intelligence, which we think it's very important. And we are also, of course, advocating transparent and ethical artificial intelligence based on principles of human rights, dignity, and non-discrimination. In talking about the digitalization, we have to mention the security side, and talking about the cybersecurity, we must aim to increase regional and global cooperation and information sharing on cybersecurity and resilience to better harness the benefits of digitalization without its pitfalls. So at the end, I will end my intervention thanking you again for organizing this very important event on behalf of the government of Slovenia, and I would like to express our firm support to the global declaration on the digital response to COVID-19 and reaffirm the continued engagement in our global efforts aimed to combat the pandemic. And of course, we all wish to bring this debate forward. That's why this year's very traditional Bled Strategic Forum will discuss the opportunities of digitalization and artificial intelligence in the post-COVID world. So, Aitar, thank you once again and all the success.
Thank you once again for reaffirmation of your commitment to this global declaration. Our next contribution comes from Norway. State Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Jens Frølich Holte, please.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you today. Big thanks to Estonia and Singapore for this initiative, and it's also extremely interesting to listen to the experiences from all the participants, and also in particular the challenges that we're all facing from COVID-19. I'm happy to declare Norway's support for the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19. During the pandemic, we have had to rely on digital solutions to a much larger degree than before. And many of us has had the possibility to retreat to our home offices and work from home and drink unlimited amounts of coffee. But everybody does not have the same opportunity to meet digitally, to work remotely, and in a sense, keep societies running from home. So this crisis exposes the digital divide more than ever, and it contributes to enlarging it further. This is why Norway is staying on course to attain the ambitions laid out in the White Paper on Digital Transformation and Development Policy that the Norwegian government presented last December. We believe it's the world's first white paper on this topic, and we are very proud of it, and also proud of the contributions that we are putting forward to this white paper. We will continue to reducing the barriers to digitalization and the digital divide. A central measure in this effort, which is in line with the digital roadmap, is to create an alliance for digital public goods. Significant progress in this alliance has already been made. For example, in mid-March, the Health Information System program at the University of Oslo was launched, and it released open source data, digital data packages for COVID-19 surveillance, which now has been deployed in more than 20 countries in Africa and Asia, which shows that you can have a direct link from the digital roadmaps and the digital policy that we are discussing here today, and implementing directly in countries in response to the virus. And of course, these types of tools will be useful also after we have managed to strike down the pandemic. At the same time, the true benefits of digitalization depends on the ability to address digital threats. There's a strong link between cybersecurity capacity and the chance to benefit from the many possibilities that digitalization presents. Digital transformation should be underpinned by coordinated capacity building to ensure that all states can achieve necessary levels of cybersecurity. During the crisis, we have now seen surveillance practices, internet shutdowns, and online restrictions that are inconsistent with human rights law. I'm concerned about the impact that such action may have on the right of freedom of expression, peaceful assembly, and privacy rights. The same human rights that people have offline, people must also have them online. And if we are going to create an inclusive digital economy, we need human rights at the core. And that's my final message. Thank you so much.
Thank you for highlighting once again also the human rights perspective. We will resume after a short video break with further country contributions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our next country contribution comes from Switzerland. State Secretary for the Federal Department of Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Roberto Balzaretti, please.
Thank you very much. Let me first congratulate and thank Estonia and Singapore for their initiative. The declaration is a timely and comprehensive document which Switzerland is happy to support. In many countries, COVID-19 is far from being over, and moreover, also in countries that are emerging from the crisis, it is important that societies become stronger and better prepared for the future. Switzerland is deploying efforts to reduce the health, social, and economic effects of COVID-19 at a national, but also at international scale, namely in countries which are more vulnerable. Digitalization is generally an important development engine. It can also be a powerful tool in making societies more resilient against crisis. In order to be effective and accessible for all, digitalization has to be promoted and implemented under certain conditions. We need to take into account aspects such as human rights and fundamental freedoms. The protection of personal data, for instance, is a fundamental aspect which requires the implementation of secure solutions. In addition, we need to be transparent and inclusive. Our populations need to understand and, if possible, co-shape this process. In other words, we have to put individuals in control of digitalization in order to obtain their acceptance. With regard to the current crisis, this means that measures implemented by states to address the COVID-19 pandemic have to be secure and compliant with international human rights law and standards. Allow me to give an example. The proximity tracing app, which was developed in Switzerland to stem the spread of COVID-19. The app works with a source code that is openly available. It has been tested by many security experts for 1 month, and it relies on Bluetooth and a decentralized storage of keys. It does not enable anyone to track the movements made by its users. These features have been thoroughly and successfully explained to our population, and within 4 days, we have reached over 10% penetration. We are currently trying to ensure that the app can be used internationally alongside similar devices. That's what we call interoperability. We very much support the focus put on international, multilateral, and multi-stakeholder collaboration emphasized in the declaration. Indeed, we have many stakeholders on board: civil society, academia, the public and private sector, as well as international institutions, such as the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Human Rights Council, the World Health Organization, UNESCO, and the International Telecommunication Union. We are convinced that this broad cooperation will enable our societies to emerge stronger from this crisis. Concerning the private sector, Switzerland has launched the Geneva Dialogue on Responsible Behavior in Cyberspace. Our aim is to develop best practices in terms of digital security for private companies all over the world. The UN Secretary General has underlined the need for more effective multi-stakeholder collaboration when he presented his roadmap on digital cooperation 3 weeks ago. Switzerland strongly supports his ambition to create a more effective and inclusive digital governance architecture. We are convinced that the idea of an Internet Governance Forum Plus will have the best chance to invigorate the global digital governance. And Switzerland will continue to work with you and all relevant actors in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much for reaffirming your contribution, and thank you so much for bringing in the importance of multi-stakeholder and multilateral approach. Our next country contribution comes from Croatia. State Secretary for European Affairs, Her Excellency Ms. Andrea Metelko-Zgombic, please. Madam, your microphone is muted, we can't hear you. It's still muted. We can't hear you. We will resume back to Croatia in the later stages, but right now let me introduce Hungary. State Secretary for Security Policy, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade, His Excellency Mr. Péter Sztáray.
Thank you, Minister, and good evening, good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I'd like to express our gratitude to Estonia and Singapore for hosting this very important and very timely meeting. Hungary fully supports the joint declaration on closing the digital divides by providing digital responses to COVID-19. During the pandemic, it has become readily apparent that national measures were the most useful in responding to these unprecedented circumstances. In addition to this, international cooperation and joint approaches to the new challenges, including in the digital field, can provide significant added value to national efforts. Hungary's fight against COVID-19 has been successful, and our digital defenses have stood up to the challenge. Hungary supports the exchange of innovative solutions and knowledge sharing in the global fight against the pandemic in order to build stronger and more resilient economies and societies. We also support the prudent use of technology throughout all sectors. At the same time, however, we cannot neglect the fact that the level of digitalization and digital readiness varies greatly, both within and between states. There is an urgent need to narrow the existing digital divide. The COVID-19 pandemic has caused harm and created significant challenges, but has provided also opportunities. Recent months have shown that e-governance and widespread digitalization can be effective in ensuring administrative and economic operations. This has contributed to the mitigation of the negative economic consequences of the crisis. We needed innovative solutions. For example, one concrete issue in Hungary that we were able to transition quickly and efficiently in less than a day or a couple of days to online education countrywide without major problems. The digital solutions employed by Hungary in public administration and public healthcare were also able to provide effective responses to the exceptional circumstances. As an umbrella for digital transformation, the Hungarian government launched the Digital Success Program in 2015, with the aim of boosting the creation of employment opportunities by taking advantage of digitalization. The pandemic has increased the importance of this program, and we are already adapting it to the new requirements based on the lessons learned from the past month. We take note with some satisfaction that the investment of the past years paid off. Digital solutions and access to public services remained available, but we cannot be complacent, and we need to continue on this path. Looking to the future, the removal of remaining barriers and integrating emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence into our digital public services should be our goal. The pandemic has also given rise to increased malicious cyber and digital activities. Hungary condemns malicious behavior in cyberspace and expresses solidarity with countries that fell victim to malicious cyber activities. And finally, Mr. Chairman, we need to step up all our efforts at a national, regional, and global level to build more partnerships in the area of digitalization and to strengthen our resilience together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for highlighting your full support to this digital declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on with Portugal. Secretary of the State for European Affairs, Her Excellency Ms. Ana Paula Zacarias. Please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Distinguished participants, it's really a pleasure to be with you here today. And I would like to thank Estonia and Singapore for their leadership and for launching the global declaration on the digital response to COVID-19 that we fully support. This crisis has underlined the crucial role that digital technology can play and its huge potential for creating opportunities. But on the other hand, it has made us more aware of digital technology risks and bottlenecks, reminding us that there is a much work to do ahead. In particular, the crisis demonstrated our society's need for digital means, structure, and skills, and our responsibility to address the widening digital divide. So now it's the time to act to foster economic recovery. Now it's the time to unlock the full potential of the digital technologies to drive social cohesion. Now is the time for education and skills to harness the power of digital innovation, to ensure that everybody can contribute to and benefit from the digital economy and society. This means improving digital skills and literacy, increasing the participation of underrepresented minorities in the digital sector, providing affordable and universal access to digital means, protecting the rights of platform workers, and ensuring the creation of inclusive, safe, and resilient communities online. We need to continue fighting against disinformation, enhancing the resilience of our democratic systems on the digital area. We need to protect human rights and fundamental freedoms. In April 2020, in the height of the COVID-19 health crisis, Portugal adopted its own national action plan for digital transition and created an online platform to inform citizens about the evolution of the sanitary situation and containment measures that were applied in the country. The dimension and quality of the digital provided public services increased significantly, particularly in the area of health care. We also launched a distance learning app and a TV program that enabled more than 850,000 students, elementary school students, to carry on their studies throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, higher education institutions launched a variety of digital systems learning solutions. We therefore see European Commission's recent designation of Portugal as a strong innovator, as a recognition of our stride in promoting education, research, and skills, fostering a strong digital infrastructure. But this also increases our responsibility to share and cooperate with other countries. And in this context, I would like to highlight our experience with other Portuguese-speaking countries, for instance, in the area of telemedicine with the Republic of São Tomé. This cooperation enabled the remote diagnosis and treatment of patients on a model that can be replicated in other contexts. The COVID-19 crisis has made clear that major crises call for local, national, regional, and global solutions. And I'm sure that multilateral cooperation can find the digital right solutions to face the challenges of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your endorsement. Thank you so much for the great examples. Our next country contribution comes from Tunisia. Secretary of State to the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Her Excellency Mr. Selma En-Naifer, please.
Thank you.
Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, Your Excellencies, Ministers and High Representatives, distinguished guests, I would like to thank the Estonian and Singaporean governments for taking the initiative to convey this ministerial video conference and for the efforts to initiate a discussion on such an important topic. The COVID-19 pandemic continues to be a threat to humanity, but it must also be understood as an opportunity to accelerate the implementation of digital policies and tools, and we did so in Tunisia. Indeed, this global crisis has prompted governments to take exceptional measures on economic and social levels using new technologies and digital solutions. Furthermore, the crisis highlighted the important role of digital technologies in strengthening the resilience of governments and the international community. We consider international cooperation the key to move during this sensitive period and to release a global vision for the future. We need to take actions for the period post-COVID-19 based on principle of international solidarity in order to ensure no one is left behind. This meeting gives me the opportunity to share with you the experience of my country in responding digitally to the COVID pandemic. Tunisia has sought to use mobile applications and electronic platforms to take measures aiming to combat this pandemic, such as a COVID-20 mobile application to monitor changes in the health status of people in quarantine, a Stop Corona questionnaire to collect data on the spread of the coronavirus, a platform for the timely monitoring and of the readiness of beds and recovery resources, a prevention application to identify people found near those carrying the coronavirus. To ensure continuity of vital activities during the period of confinement, the Tunisian institutions continued to provide the necessary services in the fields of telecommunications, financial and social services, as well as postal and media. Information security, electronic authentication, and frequencies have been used to ensure the continuity of vital activities. Secure remote working mechanisms have been adopted in order to ensure the continuity of public services. Also, digital solutions and logistical facilities have been used in order to guarantee e-learning for all students and equal access to the electronic platforms. We trusted new technologies to guarantee the distribution of financial assistance for people in need by using electronic cards in post offices and adopting electronic wallets. The Tunisian government believes that a post-COVID national strategy is to be set up in order to promote digital solutions. In this regard, the Tunisian Institute for Strategic Studies launched on April 15, 2020, a prospective study aiming to lead to operational recommendations for a global, coherent, and effective strategy through a participative and inclusive approach. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Our next country representation comes from India. Secretary of the Ministry of External Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Vikas Swarup. Please, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to convey greetings of my External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, and thank the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Estonia and Singapore for their kind invite to this event. Excellencies, we are in the midst of a global pandemic that is unlike anything that any of us has seen in our lifetimes. The death rate due to COVID-19 in India is 1 per 100,000 of population, as opposed to the global average of 6.04. This is because of the graded, preventive, and proactive approach of the government. Digital technology has been a cornerstone of India's policy for the last several years in order to ensure that government services are made available to citizens electronically by improved online infrastructure and by making the country digitally empowered in the field of technology. After the pandemic hit India, policymakers put technology at the forefront of the efforts to reach people in all corners of the country. At the very outset, the information related to COVID-19 and various guidelines were prominently and exhaustively put out on government websites and then disseminated further over social media platforms in the country. We sent out over 6 billion SMSs. Technology has been at the heart of our developmental efforts. The government made extensive use of digital technology to open 393 million bank accounts under the Jan Dhan Yojana for the unbanked poor. And by linking them to the unique identification numbers now provided to 1.1 billion Indians under the Aadhaar scheme, we have been able to provide direct benefit transfers to the vulnerable sections of society. During the period of the pandemic, the government has provided cash assistance to the poor through these Jan Dhan accounts, thus easing the household budget load of several sections of our society. On the 2nd of April this year, India launched the Arogya Setu mobile app to help augment efforts of limiting the spread of COVID-19 with the objective of enabling Bluetooth-based contact tracing, mapping of likely hotspots, and dissemination of relevant information about the disease. The app has over 115 million users presently, which is more than any other contact tracing app in the world. Excellencies, we have seen the exponential growth in digital transactions and online learning. Medical consultations, supply and delivery of medicines, and other medical-related items are also being done digitally. Telemedicine and digital health have been major areas of focus. We are also focusing on building an e-learning environment whereby education is provided in an accessible and equitable manner. Given the extensive use of technology, not just by the government, but also the private sector, the need of the hour is to provide a safer digital space. In this light, there is a need to ensure systems which are universal, affordable, free from disruption, and reliable, and we must work towards that aim. Prime Minister Modi has emphasized that the only mantra for combating the pandemic is coming together, not growing apart, collaboration, not confusion, and preparation, not panic. India has done its part by acting as the pharmacy of the world, ensuring supply of essential medicines to over 150 partner countries. These are the elements that inform India's response to the crisis. This is the approach that has guided us in our efforts to bridge the digital divide. I thank you all.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Our next country intervention comes from Bahrain. Chief Executive of Information and E-Government Authority, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Ali Al Qawaid. Please, the floor is yours. Please unmute your microphone, we can't hear you.
Is it okay now?
Yes, very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your Excellencies, it's my great pleasure to participate in this ministerial video conference. I thank Singapore and Estonia for organizing this timely event in which we look to transform challenges into opportunities through digital solutions and innovation. I welcome this opportunity to outline the Kingdom of Bahrain's response to the pandemic. Our approach has always been based on the directives of His Majesty the King to safeguard the health and safety of all in the Kingdom, regardless of nationality, race, or religion. This principle is demonstrated by the wide range of measures taken to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, including providing free COVID-19 treatment to all, and launching an economic stimulus package worth over 30% of the Kingdom's GDP to support citizen and private sector, which approximates at 4.3 billion dinars, Bahraini dinars, equivalent to $11 billion. Such measures have received wide-ranging international recognition. On the digital front, our response to COVID-19 leveraged from the Kingdom's strong ICT infrastructure, digital transformation readiness, and its compliance with the international ICT standards and best practices. Bahrain was the first country in the region to implement a cloud-first policy. At the same time, it invested in developing government employees' ICT skills and optimized its public service delivery channels. As a result, Bahrain had in place the digital foundations necessary to face the challenges of the pandemic well in advance. Digital interventions during the COVID-19 pandemic include transforming more than 80% of the most commonly used government services, which require no physical visits to government premises, enabling almost 70% of government employees to work from home to ensure business continuity, reinforcing 24/7 cyber surveillance, and facilitating a whole-of-government approach. Bahrain also developed the voluntary Be Aware mobile application, launched in response to the directives by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to unify and strengthen the Kingdom's efforts to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Using AI technologies, the Be Aware app is one of the first fully functional contact tracing apps, facilitates the work of the National Task Force for combating the coronavirus and healthcare professionals by identifying, tracking, isolating, and providing early treatment. Factors which are central to effective prevention and the reduction of this virus spreads. The app, which has been downloaded by more than 800,000 times, provides the public with the up-to-date notifications related to public health and alerts users in real time whenever they approach an active case. It also ensures the privacy of users through a fully encrypted and automated processes, implemented without any human intervention, with the data being deleted after 6 weeks. The pandemic has been clearly demonstrated the value of the fast and resilient digital services. I welcome this meeting's consideration of such factors in the context of sustainable development to ensure that the pandemic does not lead to a widening of the global digital divide. Your Excellencies, I look forward to learning more of other countries' COVID-19 initiatives. I reiterate our support for the principles outlined by the Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19 and call for a comprehensive, holistic, equitable, and sustainable digital transformation which will enable all of humanity to reach for a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Now I'm calling in United Arab Emirates Permanent Representative to the United Nations, Her Excellency Ms. Lana Nuseibeh, please. Please unmute your microphone, we can't hear you.
Just checking.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, colleagues, I'd like to thank Estonia and Singapore for convening today's timely discussion. I hope you, your teams, and your families are all doing well. One of the key learnings from the pandemic is how interconnected our modern world is, and we are stronger when we stand united as an international community. The fact that we're holding this meeting in a virtual format is a fitting illustration of the fact that digital technologies do play a crucial role in overcoming the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. By the same token, the deep digital divides that existed prior to this crisis have only become deeper in recent months. The IMF has forecast that by 2021, COVID-19 will have lowered global GDP by 6.5% compared to what it would have otherwise been. And as household incomes dwindle, access to information technology becomes less affordable. Patterns of unequal access to ICTs are further entrenched. Governments and the private sector postpone much needed investments in ICT infrastructure. So we must not let these setbacks be perpetuated. Overcoming digital divides is crucial to the global recovery from COVID, as well as ways to better protect our societies from future crises. So first, we need to galvanize support for the implementation of the Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation to strengthen the governance architecture of technologies. The UAE has been a key advocate for the process initiated by the Secretary General, first in the convening of the high-level panel and following its report as co-champions of the panel's recommendation on developing mechanisms for global digital cooperation architecture. We're also working to ensure the inclusion of all voices in the discussion on digital cooperation. Second, and relatedly, the pandemic has shown us the importance of mainstreaming future preparedness in the UN's work and the private sector's work. The UAE believes that an ongoing process of scanning the horizon for future opportunities and risks and then adapting to them is an important element in moving forward in achieving Agenda 2030. Digital technologies will play a key role in this transformative process, and we're already witnessing some of this. For example, the use of technologies for anticipatory and forecast-based financing in the humanitarian world. Third, closing digital divides will require investment in digital infrastructure. Much of this will be private sector-led, driven by good policies that cut red tape and provide long-term certainty. The UN has a key role to play here as an advisor to many governments. But some of the investment in the hardest to reach infrastructure will necessarily be concessional. Project Giga, launched by UNICEF and to be featured at the Dubai Expo next year, is a strong example of UN leadership in organizing financing packages to extend internet connectivity to remote communities, a prerequisite for closing the digital divide. The UAE joins the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19 and will continue to play a role in these discussions as we build more resilient societies and better prepare for future emergencies and opportunities through our collective efforts in the United Nations. COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on health, social, and economic issues in all countries, and its impact is still being felt. However, we're an optimistic country and a firm believer in the ability of the international community to overcome, build forward, and build back better. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next country contribution comes from Latvia. Permanent representative, His Excellency Mr. Andrejs Pildegovic, please. Please unmute your microphone.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Yes. Your Excellencies, distinguished participants, I would like, on behalf of Latvia, to thank Estonia and Singapore for organizing this video high-level conference and for launching the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19 that we are delighted to join as co-sponsors. We are here to listen and to share solutions that might help us to overcome hardships and to build stronger societies. And I would like to credit this group of friends doing a fantastic job in this regard. We believe that the governments play a vital role in providing an enabling environment in support of innovative solutions, acceleration of digitalization, and improvement of population's digital skills. Therefore, Latvia welcomes Secretary General's roadmap on digital cooperation. It highlights essential issues, including ensuring universal digital access, fully respecting human rights online, as well as mitigating the risks related to the use of new technologies. One of such risks is the spread of infodemic that we have witnessed in COVID-19 outbreak. And I fully support the previous speakers from Slovakia and from India, highlighting the need for cooperation instead of confusion, emphasis on the building societal resilience. And in this regard, facing this challenge, Latvia, alongside with cross-regional group of countries, has called for action to fight misinformation and disinformation. We have supported Secretary General's call. And I also want to invite everyone who has joined this statement of 130 countries and who haven't done it yet to support Secretary General's efforts and his campaigns, Verify It and Take Care Before You Share, which was launched yesterday. We think this is critical that we develop skills for this digital hygiene, and we believe that facing disinformation is as important for mental health of the people as we are struggling to suppress the epidemics itself. The COVID-19 crisis clearly showed that the governments in collaboration with IT companies can swiftly develop effective solutions, and let me share a few examples from Latvia's experience. Latvia's parliament was among the first in the world to fully shift to remote work in a newly developed e-platform. It ensured the opportunity to debate and to vote in real time. Access to the system was provided by another e-solution, secure authentication method called e-signature. Thus, the parliament's work during pandemic remained transparent and everyone could follow the meetings online. A few examples were mentioned by other colleagues, but I want to mention as well that Latvia was the first country which launched a Google, Apple-friendly application, Stop COVID, created by Latvian IT companies to trace and to limit the spread of the virus. This app is fully compliant with the EU data protection and privacy requirements, issues which have been highlighted by other speakers. And we believe that meeting democratic standards is very important to keeping those applications voluntary, free of charge, and safe. To ensure the continuity of everyday services provided by public and private institutions, we developed different e-solutions, including ensured digital distance learning for all students in all classes during the pandemic. We stand ready to share our unique tools to support the solutions adaptations in all interested countries and to continue engaging on these issues with the aim of harnessing full potential of the new technologies for the benefit of everyone. I thank Estonia and Singapore again for convening this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'm welcome to the screen of yours, representative of Mali, Ambassador, Her Excellency Ms. Umu Sal-Sek. Madame, please unmute your microphone.
Chez moi, c'est bon. C'est chez eux alors.
Now it's all fine. Thank you.
It was okay?
Yeah.
It is okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellence, Monsieur Urmas Yelsalou, ministre des Affaires étrangères de la République d'Estonie. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ambassadeurs, le gouvernement de la République du Mali remercie très sincèrement le gouvernement de la République d'Estonie pour l'avoir associé à cette conférence virtuelle importante, autant importante sur le rôle combien intéressant pour nous qui, dans le cadre de la lutte contre la propagation de la COVID-19 et soutient la déclaration mondiale sur la réponse numérique du COVID-19. Dès l'apparition des premiers cas du coronavirus, le gouvernement de la République du Mali a décidé de renforcer son dispositif de veille par la mise en place de plusieurs mesures innovantes, entre autres SOS Corona, qui est une application permettant d'informer non seulement sur le nombre de cas détectés et guéris, mais aussi de géolocaliser les sites de prise en charge. Avec un numéro vert mis à sa disposition, l'application permet également à la population de signaler les cas suspects de COVID-19. Aussi, pour la continuité de l'action gouvernementale, des réaménagements ont et l'équipement des différents départements ministériels en Wi-Fi a permis la tenue régulière par vidéoconférence du Conseil des ministres hebdomadaire présidé par le président de la République, son Excellence, M. Ibrahim Boubacar Keïta. Ces initiatives majeures, complétées par l'institution du télétravail, l'utilisation des réseaux sociaux et l'adoption des mesures barrières ont contribué à prévenir la propagation exponentielle de la pandémie. Dans le cadre du partenariat public-privé, la collaboration entre le gouvernement et les promoteurs des solutions digitales innovantes a permis aussi la mise à disposition de la plateforme www.guidedigital.ml. En outre, le gouvernement de la République du Mali a initié notamment des cours en ligne et à distance via la télévision et les radios, à l'intention des élèves des classes d'examen. Au même moment, la start-up Ficasso a développé une solution adoptant le e-commerce via une application mobile gratuite. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, la facture numérique est une réalité incontestable, constitue un handicap majeur aux initiatives innovantes contre la propagation de la COVID-19. Si dans le cadre de la continuité de l'activité gouvernementale, le télétravail a été bien accueilli et salué dans mon pays, sa généralisation reste confrontée à d'énormes difficultés, notamment le coût élevé de l'Internet, le manque d'équipements informatiques, l'insuffisance de la couverture nationale qui limite les chances d'accéder aux infrastructures des TIC, ainsi que le manque de formation adéquate pour un accompagnement de toutes ces solutions innovantes. Pour terminer, permettez-moi de transmettre les chaleureuses félicitations de mon gouvernement aux organisateurs de la conférence, notamment l'Estonie et le Singapour. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Our next contribution comes to Croatia, to which we try to reconnect. State Secretary for European Affairs, Her Excellency Ms. Andrea Metelko-Zgombic, please. Please unmute your microphone. No, we still can't hear you, unfortunately. No, I'm sorry, we can't hear you. I'm sorry, we need to move ahead with next country, which is Malta. Permanent Representative, Her Excellency, Miss Vanessa Fraser. Please, the floor is yours.
Good. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to extend Malta's appreciation to Estonia and Singapore for organizing this conference to accentuate the importance of digitalization, more so during these particular times. What started as a health crisis earlier this year has unfortunately progressed into a social and economic calamity with lasting repercussions for at least the short to medium term. More positively, though, COVID-19 has rebooted us with strength and resilience, empowering us with the will to transform challenges into opportunities, including course-correcting long-standing policies and practices that were not functioning to the expected potential. Amidst these unprecedented challenges, the immediacy for effective response to the global threat has been increasingly pronounced. Beyond the immediate and short-term responses to the crisis, recognition of the power of digital technologies to enable and enhance essential services and social cohesion remotely and effectively has now more than ever brought with it a new urgency to the digital inclusion agenda of governments worldwide. The call to tap the full potential of a digital world has intensified. Developing effective and scalable digital solutions would play a central role in responding to the challenges, mitigating the effects, while building back better, more resilient societies that can withstand future shocks. Digitalization transcends all types of sectors and activities. This pandemic has exposed the wide chasm between the connected and the unconnected. Inequalities have highlighted the inability of certain individuals, businesses, and countries to take advantage of digital solutions that helped others cope during the times of the pandemic. And in this context, we need to find solutions together for more strength and collaboration. Inevitably, the identification of sustainable solutions based on existing and emerging resilient technologies is one powerful way of mitigating the effects of the crisis. This goes hand in hand with making the best and affordable connectivity and infrastructure available to both citizens and businesses, whilst also promoting the importance of digital literacy and skills. Like anything else, technological innovation does not come without its challenges. The closure and containment measures for businesses, offices, and education institutions has increased reliance on technology and digital solutions, and more learning and entertainment tools for people of all ages to keep connected with the outside world. This emphasizes more than ever the importance of continuing life as usual, whilst online safety mechanisms for those at greater risk of cyber attacks. In recalling the words of His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, success depends on our ability to work together across disciplines and stakeholders groups, across nations and political divides. I am pleased to relay my country's support in seeking global solutions to global challenges. If anything, COVID-19 reminded us how interconnected our world really is, and only by revitalizing and refocusing our efforts through multilateral action can we secure lasting, inclusive, and sustainable technological solutions for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and we will resume back after a small video break with more country contributions. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the country contribution from United States of America. Deputy Assistant Secretary for Cyber and International Communications and Information Policy, His Excellency Mr. Robert Strayer, please.
Thank you. I would especially like to thank Estonia and Singapore for hosting this important event and appreciate the participation of distinguished colleagues from around the world. Amid this global health crisis, international collaboration is now more important than ever. This crisis has brought the critical nature of the ICT sector to the forefront in industry, government, and in the general public's mind. Everyone realizes how much worse this already terrible situation would be if we didn't have digital technology that we could rely on. This crisis has also accelerated our reliance on digital connectivity for nearly every aspect of our lives. This increased reliance should be a wake-up call that the security and reliability of these networks is of the utmost importance. Countries must embrace the applicability of international law to cyberspace, as well as that there are norms of responsible state behavior in cyberspace. In addition, countries and citizens must be able to trust that their telecom networks are built and maintained by companies that are not under the control of foreign governments. These networks should be built using only trusted equipment from vendor companies that are headquartered where there are rule of law protections and independent judiciaries. This crisis has also highlighted the digital divide. Those who cannot work remotely, for example, are facing serious disadvantages. The United States has launched an all-of-America response to COVID-19 to ensure the health and safety of our citizens. The U.S. government has worked in partnership with leading U.S. technology companies to support communications infrastructure, make telehealth and online tools more accessible, and harness artificial intelligence and other cutting-edge technologies to advance research for treatments and vaccines. To support communications infrastructure and network connectivity, the Trump administration invited broadband telephone service providers to sign Keep Americans Connected pledge. This pledge will ensure that consumers do not lose their access to telecom services because of an inability to pay. To date, more than 700 telecommunication service providers have signed the pledge, including all the nation's largest service providers. Providers have upgraded speeds at no charge, expanded low-cost programs, offered free service to low-income families and students, and donated connectivity to healthcare workers and facilities. The U.S. government is also offering billions of dollars in grants and awards for startups, innovators, and researchers that are developing technologies that can contribute to COVID-19's response. And to support the use of digital solutions, the White House worked with the U.S. technology industry to launch online resources related to distance learning and telehealth. Our commitment to closing the digital divide is not just domestic. In 2018, Secretary Pompeo launched the Digital Connectivity Cybersecurity Partnership, which is a global initiative to promote an open, interoperable, reliable, and secure internet, and to help all countries take advantage of the tremendous opportunities the digital economy has to offer. I would also like to thank Doreen Bogdan-Martin, who's the director of the International Telecommunication Union's Development Bureau, for her great work in closing the digital divide. We're committed to continuing to support her as a U.S. citizen in her efforts at the ITU. There is no higher priority for the United States than restoring health, safety, and prosperity during this unprecedented time. Our work is more important than ever. Thank you for the opportunity to share our efforts to meet the technological challenges of the pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing with us all the efforts you have made. Our next contribution comes from Malaysia. Permanent Representative, His Excellency Mr. Syed Mohammed Hasrin Aidi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia is honored to participate in this meeting and would like to express our gratitude to the governments of Estonia and Singapore for convening this ministerial conference. The COVID-19 pandemic has greatly impacted the global economy and people's livelihood, particularly the vulnerable. The only way we can eliminate this common invisible enemy of ours is through strong solidarity and cooperation. Clearly, one of the effective tools in dealing with this pandemic is by using innovative and flexible digital solutions. Telehealth and telemedicine solutions have been employed to inform communities on the outbreak, allow contact tracing, and also help in ensuring quarantine compliance. In Malaysia, we have developed numerous digital applications in our fight against the pandemic. Among others, the COVID-19, Gerak Malaysia, and My Sejahtera. The latest, My Sejahtera, was developed to assist the government in managing and monitoring the COVID-19 outbreak in the country, allowing users to monitor their health progress throughout the quarantine period. The use of digital technology is not only limited to the health sector. Whilst human interactions have been constrained during the pandemic, we have seen how digital innovations has allowed governments and businesses to continue to operate remotely and for human life to continue as normal as possible, despite quarantines and lockdown. Evidently, new technologies and innovations will be the driving tools of our economies post-pandemic. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on the draft declaration, Malaysia finds it timely and appropriate. The declaration underscores the critical need for governments to build the necessary essential infrastructures for countries to remain competitive and resilient post-COVID-19 and in facing possible future pandemics. The recommendations contained in the declaration should be implemented at the national, regional, and global level to ensure a comprehensive approach is taken given the global scale of the pandemic. In conclusion, we are convinced that global cooperation, including in the area of digital cooperation, is critical to win this war against COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Now we try again to reconnect to Croatia. Madame Metelko-Zgombovic, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
We can hear you. We can hear you, please.
We can hear each other. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, I would like to thank Estonia and Singapore for organizing this timely conference about digitalization as high priority topic in these times of COVID-19 crisis. The COVID-19 crisis hit Europe at the time of our presidency of the Council of the European Union. So as from early March, most of our presidency plans and priorities had to be reshaped. We needed to shift quickly our focus on the overriding priority, fight against COVID-19. We had to reshape not only the priorities, but also the very form of the presidency, with physical meetings being almost completely paralyzed. We had to come up with innovative solutions to ensure that our work within the Council continues. Thus, in many ways, we soon became digital presidency. Fast adaptation to new reality, together with the full use of new digital technologies, permitted continuation of the presidency work, even during the zenith of the pandemic crisis. In order to ensure continuous discussion among the ministers, we have organized around 70 informal ministerial high-level video conferences, so the Council formation continued its work in a virtual way. We were also the first presidency ever to hold digital trialogue in communication of the Council, the European Parliament and European Commission within the legislative procedure of the European Union. Part of the legacy of the Croatian presidency also will be a Council's conclusions on shaping Europe's digital future, setting out the framework for our swift progress in this area. COVID-19 has also served as a catalyst for change, especially in digital and telecommunications sectors. Therefore, we organized an informal video conference of the Ministers of Telecommunication with the digital priorities in the post-COVID-19 era as the main topic of conversation. Fast digitalization during COVID crisis led us to a strong increment of cyber attacks. Hence, the cybersecurity had become conditio sine qua non for further development in the area. For this reason, Croatian presidency developed and worked hard on EU proposal on the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, which will be part of the key infrastructure necessary to ensure that our citizens feel safe in digital space. Digital transformation will, for sure, play a central role in relaunching the EU economy in the post-COVID recovery. We need to undertake bold steps to ensure it. This unprecedented crisis showed us once again the need to make our health systems, government and public systems in general, more resilient by diversifying key supplies chains, investing in digital solutions and supporting digital transformation. Important elements of digital response to crisis are also interoperable contract tracing mobile applications that will help us get through the phase of a new normal of living together with the virus till the safe vaccine is ready. While these digital solutions have to be effective, we must ensure that they comply with fundamental rights and freedoms, and our citizens should fully trust them. Maximum participation of citizens is necessary to exploit the full potential of them. In Croatia, we worked on contact tracing mobile application, and our Croatian experts have also developed a new mobile application that implements artificial intelligence solutions. It is called Andrea, and this digital assistant informs and advises citizens and facilitates the organization of medical monitoring of persons with symptoms, often in combination with a self-diagnosis questionnaire. This online self-assessment tool is a voluntary and anonymous application available to all smartphones in Croatia. To conclude, now is the decisive moment to join our efforts in fostering of digital transformation. Development of digital literacy and education have a key role in this process so that nobody is left behind, especially the most vulnerable members of our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we will move now to Jordan. Permanent representative to the United Nations, Her Excellency Dr. Sima Bahous, please.
Ja sam cijelo me od zgora slikala, je li tako?
Jako se loše vidi.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, distinguished ministers and representatives, esteemed colleagues. I would like to first thank Estonia and Singapore for organizing this high-level conference to discuss how countries can use innovative digital solutions to mitigate the negative effects of the COVID-19 pandemic and to keep people connected with each other, with their health services, with their education, and as well with their livelihoods. The digital transformation of societies as a result of this pandemic has witnessed unprecedented speed, as you have all mentioned, and has highlighted the crucial role that digitalization can play in building and sustaining the resilience of people and societies. In many other ways, it has also widened the digital gap, the inequalities, and which is an issue that we should all tackle head on if we are to leave no one behind, and we certainly are working towards that. Jordan believes that harnessing the full positive potential of digitalization in societies is key to our achieving our development goals and also to the SDGs. We also believe that connectivity is a right to all people, and access to it should be made available to all, including women and girls. Jordan strives to be a regional hub for technology and digital transformation. It has more IT graduates than any other country in our region and manages more than 75% of all Arabic language internet content from the region. Instrumental to realizing our digitalization goals and sustaining them is building strong partnerships and meaningful collaboration across societies and nations. Mr. Chair, the government of Jordan has taken quick steps to mitigate the negative effects of COVID and to thwart the health crisis related to this pandemic through determined leadership at the highest level and through tight coordination with all stakeholders and active engagement among ministries, public institutions, the private sector. In a country of 10 million, of which 20% are refugees, our COVID-19 numbers have remained very low and under control. To date, we have had only just over 1,000 cases and only 9 deaths. Not a single case had been reported in the refugee camp. Many new digital solutions were curated and implemented by the government of Jordan to help Jordanians face the pandemic. These solutions benefited from the country's policies, which had enabled the transformation towards a digital economy and had supported the enabling pillars of this transformation, including digital entrepreneurship, digital skills, digital financial services, digital infrastructure, and digital platforms. These digital COVID-19 solutions in many sectors like education, services and health, governance, and digital transformation included, and I will give a few examples. One, launching a COVID-19 awareness website and dedicating the number 111 as the hotline to answer pandemic-related inquiries, and holding a nationwide campaign, #خليك بالبيت, that reached out to max number of people, encouraging them to stay home. #خليك بالبيت is #stay home. Also, telemedicine and services were enhanced inclusively. Two, launching the Aman app. It is the Aman app by the Ministry of Health and Jotech community, a group of tech-savvy volunteers to track COVID-19 exposure and spread. Launching Darsak platform for remote learning to safeguard the continuation of the learning process with Jordan's mobile and data provider companies, providing services for students in schools at no charge. Launching a website for teachers dedicated to the continuation of the training of teachers on remote learning. Launching many e-services, including various digital telemedicine, delivery of medicines, food and groceries, and digital payments. Enabling public sector employees, decision makers, and ministers to efficiently work remotely, to meet, to communicate through various apps which the ministries have successfully licensed for use in Jordan. Enhancing already established e-government projects with more services and launching a new platform, بخدمتكم, in your service or at your service, that basically opens the channels between the government and the citizens to communicate, exchange views, advices, and complaints. To conclude, Mr. Chair, we must all continue to work together in solidarity and partnership on preparedness and on global responses, and to build on and share our successes and lessons learned. We must collectively continue our drive towards ensuring that we bridge the digital divide and address the inequalities that exist today. Our ultimate goal is to ensure that technological and scientific breakthroughs deliver the sought-after fruits of bringing prosperity to all humanity. Mr. Chair, Jordan fully supports the Global Declaration on the Digital Response to COVID-19. We believe it will help us all build back and build forward better. I thank you.
Thank you so much for your support to this Global Digital Declaration. Our next contribution comes from Greece. Deputy Permanent Representative, His Excellency Mr. Antonios Papakostas, please. We have some technical difficulties to reach out, and our next contribution comes from Canada. Ambassador and Deputy Permanent Representative, His Excellency Mr. Richard Arbeiter, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by echoing everyone's thanks to Estonia and Singapore for convening this important meeting. Indeed, the digitization of our societies has had a profound impact on our day-to-day lives. COVID-19 has brought to the forefront the advantages and challenges of digitization. Unfortunately, the ability to learn, work, and even participate in this conference from home is not available to all, including many people in Canada. According to UNDP, roughly 86% of the global population do not have access to reliable broadband internet. But beyond connectivity, meaningful digital inclusion also requires accessibility, civic participation free from online harassment and violence, and trust. And we know that women and girls still face many barriers in this regard. Canada is working domestically and abroad to confront this challenge. At home, the Connect to Innovate program is investing $585 million and will bring high-speed internet to 975 rural and remote communities in Canada, including 190 Indigenous communities. In the meantime, some local governments are also providing temporary free internet access for vulnerable communities in our cities, including residents in lower income neighborhoods, seniors in long-term care facilities, and people in city shelters. Canada is also concerned about the spread of false and misleading COVID-19 information. Our Digital Citizen Initiative program commits over $3 million to promote digital literacy and resilience to COVID-19 disinformation, as well as the racism and stigmatization that often results. These projects are designed to reach as many Canadians as possible, both online and offline, in minority communities, in both official languages, and in Indigenous communities. With our international partners, including many of you present here today, Canada is proud to support the Freedom Online Coalition joint statement on COVID-19 and internet freedom, which asserts that any digital measures adopted by governments to address the pandemic must respect international human rights law. The joint statement highlights the disproportionate risk of harm to members of already marginalized and vulnerable communities, including women and girls and human rights defenders, and calls on governments to ensure the broadest possible access to online services by bridging digital divides. Digital exposure notification could prove to be a key tool in our global response to COVID-19. Sharing information on each other's approach can help us to learn from one another and ensure that we together uphold the principles of accessibility, human rights, ethics, and accountability. As chair of the Digital Nations, a network of countries globally recognized as leaders in digital government, Canada is pleased to collaborate on responsible approaches to digital exposure notification and contact tracing. We must also look ahead as to how we can better use technology to respond, recover, and prevent global pandemics. 2 weeks ago, Canada joined 15 other members to launch the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence. In the short term, experts will be looking at how we can leverage AI in our global response to COVID-19. We are particularly pleased that this work will be undertaken at the Centre of Expertise in Montreal. More needs to happen to empower the Global South to leverage digital technology to fight against COVID-19. Canada's International Development Research Centre and the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency are co-funding $10 million towards a COVID-19 Global South program to deepen understanding of how to develop and scale responsible, evidence-based AI and data science approaches to support COVID-19 response and recovery in low and middle income countries. Canada welcomes today's meeting as another step toward greater international collaboration in our collective efforts to tackle COVID-19. As we have all agreed today, COVID-19 represents a historic challenge, and we must leverage digital technologies in our global response while striving for greater digital inclusion and ensuring that we continue to uphold and protect human rights, including rights related to privacy. Thank you, merci, and a happy Canada Day to all the fellow Canadians watching today.
Thank you, and happy Canada Day to everybody around the world. We try now to reconnect to Greece. Deputy Permanent Representative, His Excellency Mr. Antonios Papakostas, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, perfect. Thank you very much once again, and good afternoon from New York. At the outset, we would also like to express our gratitude to Estonia and Singapore for organizing this most important ministerial conference on the digital response to COVID-19. We deem that the theme of the conference is most timely and useful, bearing in mind the challenges as well as the rapid transformation of our everyday lives by the COVID-19 pandemic. This unexpected and unprecedented crisis, though, has also presented us with a unique opportunity to be more innovative in important sectors of our lives. To this end, we would like today to take this opportunity and present our experience and the initiatives that Greece current global pandemic. As you know, Greece has begun implementing restrictive measures to tackle the pandemic on 11th March 2020 and gradually escalated these measures to a complete lockdown. These measures, many of which have also been imposed to a lesser or a greater extent elsewhere around the world, gravely disrupted the functioning of our society and our economy. As a result, severe problems had to be addressed immediately. Citizens were now turning to a larger extent to their digital devices to keep working, socializing, find entertainment, shopping, and continuing their education, while businesses and the public administration had to rely more on innovative digital solutions to continue their activities and provide their services. A broad digital transformation contributed to ultimately overcoming the crisis so far. In this context, an action plan was established under the leadership of the Ministry of Digital Governance. Some of the initiatives taken in this direction are the following electronic platforms. Firstly, in the Moscow sector of health, we created a volunteer program online designed to support the country's health system through the provision of work on a voluntary basis. It is addressed to those who wish to offer their services, i.e. doctors, nurses, paramedics, psychologists, medical students, even pensioners. We have also established the primarily healthcare system. Furthermore, an electronic reporting system regarding available hospital beds for COVID-19 patients, as well as available healthcare materials and equipment, was also established. Secondly, in the field of education, a digital platform of the Ministry of Education that facilitates distance learning and communication between teachers and students has also been established. Thirdly, with regard to providing direct and accurate information to citizens, an official website containing legislative and other measures adopted by the Greek government, as well as all relevant information needed by citizens and businesses to deal with the COVID-19 consequences in the public and private sector, was also introduced. We have also designed and launched a platform that contains general information and instructions by the Ministry of Health to citizens for the prevention and treatment of the COVID-19, as well as a gateway to the latest scientific knowledge available to the disease. Fourthly, with regard to the world of work, the Ministry of Digital Governance provided an electronic platform in order to enable all public agencies to organize and conduct online teleconferences with high quality interaction and security. Moreover, a web service of the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs for financial support to employees working in businesses whose activity has been suspended is also now available online. Last but not least, when it comes to e-government, a platform for the digital signature and electronic circulation of documents of the Council of Ministers of Greece is now up and running. In addition to that, the Ministry of Digital Governance, in collaboration with the Ministry of Justice, implemented the electronic access to a series of certificates issued by the Greek courts. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, we are of the opinion that despite challenges and risks, the current pandemic has also presented a unique opportunity to build resilient and stronger societies. To this end, we in Greece aspire to continue promoting and using new technologies and new innovative digital solutions. We believe that now is the time to enhance our efforts to rebuild better together from the pandemic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And our next country contribution comes from Turkey. Permanent Representative, His Excellency, Mr. Feridun Sinirlioğlu, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to thank Estonia and Singapore for this important initiative and for drafting the Global Declaration on Digital Response to COVID-19. Turkey is pleased to support and co-sponsor the joint declaration. COVID-19 reconfirmed the importance of digital tools in the face of current global challenges. Last summer, long before the pandemic, Turkey announced Digital Diplomacy Initiative, and for the first gathering of Antalya Diplomacy Forum, again planned before the pandemic, we selected a similar theme, Diplomacy in Digital Age. Our timely focus on digital technologies helped us in our fight against the pandemic. We were able to ensure social distancing by facilitating working from home, distance learning, online shopping, online banking, e-government services, and many other essential functions. Investments in the health sector was particularly important. Smartphone applications such as ePulse and electronic integration of medical centers helped success of our health sector during the pandemic. However, the pandemic reconfirmed another fact of modern global system. None of us is safe until everyone is safe. The cure to our current challenges is not closing borders, but closing divides. Excellencies, distinguished guests, so as I suggest three general principles. First, use technology to reduce inequalities. The digital divide among nations merits particular attention. We therefore take pride in hosting the UN Technology Bank for LDCs. Second, transform the internet to a properly governed space. Existing cooperation architecture is neither effective nor inclusive. Third, join forces to create synergy and go beyond governmental capacity for digital transformation. It is time to increase the multilateral and multi-stakeholder engagement. Let's turn this global crisis into an opportunity by jointly using innovation and technology. This is not a choice, but a must. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, and let me call in now His Excellency Mr. Hans Almos-Lehner from Permanent Mission of Austria to the United Nations. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and honor to speak at this important and timely event here today. I want to thank Estonia and Singapore for convening this timely conference. The current COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated and broadened the use of digital technologies to fight the pandemic on one hand and to allow for business continuity during lockdowns all over the world on the other hand. Consequently, it is crucial that we address this digital transformation in a holistic manner and guard against its potential pitfalls. 47% of the world's population still not connected to the internet. During the lockdown, those 47% were not able to work from home to access education through e-learning, were not able to benefit from digital public health services, and probably had difficulties accessing information. While connectivity is increasing, the digital divide is also widening. We should therefore continue to strengthen our efforts toward connecting the unconnected and to ensure everyone can benefit from digital technologies. This crisis also starkly benefits the urgency with which we need to address cybersecurity issues. We must be aware that our increasing reliance on digital communication has also increased opportunities for malicious actors to compromise our systems, to spread confusion and fear, including in our efforts to fight the virus. In this context, free and independent media also play an indispensable role in pushing back against disinformation by providing access to accurate, fact-based, and verified information. Particularly in the digital arena, it is essential that governments address disinformation and preserve a free and safe environment for media workers to report on COVID-19. Austria, as an active member of the Freedom Online Coalition, emphasizes the importance of the full guarantee of all human rights online, as also underlined by the Global Declaration to the Digital Response to COVID-19, to which we subscribe. Austria would like to stress the importance of making use of the existing international human rights framework in this regard, which is key to the promotion of responsible human-centric AI, addresses the most pressing concerns about AI, and provides a strong foundation and guideline for decisions in challenging times on various human rights issues. Finally, the pandemic has an adverse bearing on the attainment of the SDGs of the Agenda 2030. We already see that the crisis has exacerbated existing inequalities and risks unraveling the progress achieved so far, in particular regarding gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. In light of the socioeconomic aftermath of COVID-19, global citizenship education is more relevant than ever to meet current challenges and by inspiring a sense of solidarity and inclusion. Therefore, within UNESCO, Austria was happy to join the recently established group of friends on solidarity and inclusion with global citizenship education as founding member. We welcome initiatives such as this conference, as well as the recent launch of the Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation. The current COVID-19 pandemic creates a momentum to address the issue of digital cooperation to connect the unconnected while respecting human rights and protecting our people from the malicious use of digital technologies. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. And let me call in now His Excellency Mr. Michael Ekman, Acting Tech Ambassador of Denmark. Please.
Thank you very much. On behalf of my Foreign Minister, let me start by thanking you, Estonia and Singapore, for organizing this timely discussion. There's no doubt that COVID-19 has underlined both the massive opportunities as well as the pitfalls of the fourth industrial revolution. In response to COVID-19, we need to redouble our efforts to harness the gains of digital tools, but we also need to triple our efforts to close the digital gap and address other risks associated with a rapidly digitalizing world. In this light, Denmark was happy to welcome the Secretary General's digital roadmap a few weeks ago. This is a process that we've been deeply committed to support and move forward. As my Foreign Minister has said, this is a time where we need more, not less, international cooperation. Similarly, we agree with many of the important elements highlighted in today's declaration on closing the digital divide, and we thank you for the work on this. Now, one of the advantages of being one of the last speakers in a very long list of esteemed colleagues is that you can align yourself with many of the points that have already been made, and I certainly will do that. I agree with what has been said on cybersecurity and the importance of agreed norms and principles. Denmark also strongly supports the principle that human rights apply equally online as it does offline. Let me therefore just limit myself to 2 quick points. Firstly, half of the world's population is now online, but the paradox is that as connectivity continues to expand, digital inequality also expands. As an example, relatively more men than women are coming online these years, thereby expanding the digital gender gap. We need to do more to address this, as other speakers have also highlighted. And this is about affordable access to internet, but it's also about skills, education, and access for those that needs it most. Secondly, as COVID-19 has clearly shown, we need to realize that even though states and governments have unique responsibilities and roles to play in this area, we are no longer the only show in town. As digitalization continues to increase, we need to include not only civil society, but also very importantly, the technology industry into this discussion, both when it comes to the opportunities, but certainly also the risks and challenges that platforms bring in this area. For example, when it comes to human rights, past events have clearly shown that the tech companies have a very important role and responsibility. I am happy to say that Denmark supports the work of the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights in engaging with the global tech industry on some of these issues. Therefore, and in conclusion, let me just emphasize the absolute importance of multi-stakeholder cooperation on digital issues. We think this is essential for a coordinated global effort to achieve results in the area covered by the declaration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for bringing in once again the importance of multilateral approach. Ladies and gentlemen, let me call in now Ma Tao, His Excellency Deputy Head of Mission from China.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The battle against COVID-19 is not everything well. We got statistics, advances, and technology. technological innovation. Confronted by COVID-19, China has fully utilized the data, artificial intelligence, and other new technologies in research and analysis to forecast the change of COVID-19 development. These tools have also been exhaustively applied in epidemiological investigations to find every infected person and track every close contact with quarantine. The database has been set up in accordance with the law to provide data services for virus risk control, especially identify different groups at risk, reduce risk factors in different areas and activities, the orderly flow of people, and the resumption of business operations. Their online platform based on 5G technology, epidemiological teams will remove mountainous areas and be able to engage in real-time discussion with top experts thousands of miles away. This authorization from the public helps speed up those and digital travel records have been employed as permits for meeting trips going to school or work and accessing certain public venues and for other daily areas. The results shown on the host and the record provide a base for travel control and significant response measures, which have made risk identification and epidemic control possible in different areas and at different levels. Applying big data technology, epidemic maps have been created, related specific names and locations of the communities that it has been reported and the number of infections that have been ascertained. The map has made it easier for the public without being infection. Global spread of COVID-19 is causing disease control. Both the fight to rein in the virus and the endeavor to fend off a threatening global recession offer the international community to expand immunity and engage in cooperation. But we call for multilateralism, closing the digital divide, and commitment to building a community of a shared future for mankind. China calls on all countries to come together, demonstrate solidarity, strengthen cooperation on all fronts, stop the meaningless delays, and keep working days for the WHO in playing the leading role in the global battle on fighting the pandemic area. China firmly believes that as long as all countries unite and cooperate to mount a collective response, the international community will succeed in overcoming the pandemic and will emerge from this dark moment in human history into a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution, and let me call in now South Africa Deputy Permanent Representative to the United Nations, His Excellency Mr. Solisa Mabongo. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Program Director. I would like to start by thanking Estonia and Singapore for organizing this very timely initiative. As the world adapts to the fourth industrial revolution, and as we deliberate on the pros and cons thereof, we see a clear advantage of digital technology playing a critical role in combating the spread of the coronavirus and providing innovative ways for people around the world to work and stay connected. At the end of March 2020, our President, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, declared a national state of disaster, including a national lockdown to contain the spread of the coronavirus and slow down its transmission. Immediately, our government became proactive and successfully utilized the internet and mobile communication in various platforms to provide transparent, accurate, and timely information. This was done through platforms online, including SMS messages, as well as WhatsApp. The COVID-19 pandemic has also shown us that it is imperative that we all, from government, international organizations, public sector, private sector, technical experts, that we should work together in partnership to mitigate the effects of the virus. To this end, UNITA and the University of Cape Town launched a self-diagnostic application and dashboard in South Africa to assist health authorities in identifying communities with a high prevalence of COVID-19 and facilitate targeted testing and treatment interventions. This application will soon be rolled out to other neighboring African countries in the coming months. Whilst we recognize that the digital industrial revolution is in its early stages of growth, South Africa is aware and respects the rapid pace at which the technology is developing. In this regard, we are investing in various initiatives intended to build a resilient infrastructure, support research and innovation, and domestic technology development in an inclusive and sustainable manner. South Africa supports efforts to promote a safe digital space devoid of online, offline, national, racial, ethnic, and linguistic hatred and incitement. We are aware of the void created by a lack of an international instrument on cybercrime. It is no longer, in our view, prudent to rely only on bilateral agreements and technical cooperation to eradicate cybercrimes. Thus, there is a need urgently to find a global solution to address this challenge. We congratulate, in conclusion, Estonia and Singapore on the declaration. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your endorsement and kind words. Next speaker will be from Indonesia, Deputy Permanent Representative, His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Koba. Please.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Indonesia extends its appreciation to Estonia and Singapore for convening this important event, as well as for preparing the declaration, which elaborates many pertinent challenges that we face today. The current pandemic has shone a light on the significance of addressing global digital divide. As schools move to distant learning, workers are displaced from their jobs, and public services move offline. The need for an affordable and reliable connectivity is also even more essential. Many parts of the global community have enjoyed the maximum benefits of the ICT and digitalization. However, in stark contrast, there are still parts of the world where internet connectivity is available only to a privileged few. Today, more than 3.5 billion people remain offline, with people living in developing countries are particularly disadvantaged. In this critical period, we must ensure that no one is left behind. Excellencies, allow me to highlight several points in strengthening digital response for COVID-19 pandemic. First, we need to utilize this crisis as a catalyst to strengthen ICT innovation in public and non-public sectors and to advance digital inclusions, including by expanding digital infrastructure and access, as well as promote digital skills and literacy. We should not let digital divide prevent the people, especially those who are less digitally connected, to have access to basic and essential services during the pandemic, including access to online education, telemedicine, and job opportunities by teleworking. Cooperation in addressing digital inequalities and promoting digital inclusion is key, including through financial and technical assistance, capacity building, as well as technology transfer for developing countries. Through the ASEAN Digital Integration Framework, Indonesia, with fellow ASEAN members, are advancing data protection and nurturing digital talents in accordance with ASEAN ICT Master Plan 2020 and ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025. Second, we must strengthen security, safety, and trust in digital sphere. As people's dependence toward digital tools increase, the risks and impacts of misuse of ICT application are even higher. In this regard, we would like to draw attention to the rise of infodemic or misinformation and disinformation surrounding COVID-19 and its remedies through hoaxes that are being spread through digital channels and social media. We are also facing data privacy concern as the collection and disclosure of personal information and the use of personal and secure networks increase. Furthermore, the increased cyber attacks during pandemic targeting critical infrastructures, particularly health facilities and services, as well as information infrastructure of the organization, are also alarming. if left unaddressed, they could be counterproductive to our efforts in fighting the current pandemic. Indonesia underlines the need to minimize the risk in the ICT environment through creation of balance between human rights and fundamental freedom, security, and development that are in accordance with national laws and regulations. As one of our efforts in this aspect, Indonesia has enacted a ministerial regulation on personal data protection and electronic system and is currently finalizing a draft law on personal data protection. Third, we need to explore the opportunities under these new norms and culture through utilization of ICT and digital tools. The current pandemic has resulted in the changing or the birth of new social fabrics and unveiled the boom and bust industries. Although it has gravely impacted our global economy, the lockout measures during the pandemic have led to the rise in e-commerce and digital economy. Indonesia is of the view that it is important to foster incubation and digital economy business models as practical, effective, and scalable efforts in building back the economy. It is also necessary that we improve the global environment for e-commerce and digital economy and enhance the capacities of all stakeholders in order to empower people and ensure they can gain optimum benefits. We would like to draw special attention to the needs of empowering micro, small, and medium enterprises sectors in this regard. Excellencies, allow me to conclude by reiterating the importance of concerted efforts in narrowing the gap between the haves and the have-nots in the context of access to the ICT. In this regard, international cooperation and multi-stakeholders cooperation play a crucial role in advancing digital inclusion and closing digital divide. Indonesia stands ready to engage meaningfully in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Our next country contribution comes from Côte d'Ivoire. Deputy Permanent Representative, His Excellency Mr. Gboli Desiré Wolfram. The floor is yours.
You hear me?
Yes, please, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. Excellencies, co-chairs, distinguished ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to express the deep regrets of my Minister for Foreign Affairs, His Excellency Ali Coulibaly, who is unable to attend this important ministerial meeting due to the constraints of his schedule. He has instructed me to convey his warm congratulations and full support to the group of friends on e-governance and cyber security for the successful initiative of a global declaration on the digital response to COVID-19, which Côte d'Ivoire is pleased to join. Let me now express the sincere appreciation of Côte d'Ivoire to the Ministers of Foreign Affairs of Estonia and Singapore for convening this timely conference. I also thank Her Excellency Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, and all the guest speakers for their insightful remarks. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic is a source of major concern for humanity because of its multifaceted consequences, but also because of the restrictive measures to which it has given rise throughout the world. Faced with this global health crisis with such devastating effects, a collective, united, and coordinated response from the international community is essential, not only to contain the pandemic, but also to prepare for the post-COVID-19 recovery. ICTs and their applications in the various aspects of daily life appear as a solution to the pursuit of socio-economic activities in a context marked by measures of containment and physical distancing. Côte d'Ivoire, which very early on became aware of the importance of digital tools for its development, created in the 1980s a Secretariat of State in charge of computerization, which was transformed into a ministerial department under successive governments. This political will was also reflected in the adoption of a series of institutional, administrative, and legislative measures which are essential for the development of the digital sector. Thus were created the National Industrial Development Corporation and the National Agency of the Universal Telecommunications Service, whose mission is to ensure the digital maturity of the country and to implement the program of dematerialization of administrative procedures. Currently, more than 66 procedures and acts are dematerialized, particularly in the sectors of education, employment, health, people civil status, agriculture, and finance. Despite the political will and the institutional and legislative arrangements put in place, the digital transition of Ivorian society remains dependent on technical and financial assistance from development partners. It is consequently imperative in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic to further strengthen international cooperation in the field of ICT in order to reduce the digital divide between developed and developing countries, and also to enhance the fight against cyber crime and fake news. It is therefore my hope that global declaration on the digital response to COVID-19 will make it possible to achieve these objectives. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This will conclude the country contributions for today's event. After a short video break, we will return to closing remarks. Our event will conclude with closing remarks by Singapore. Permanent Representative, His Excellency Ambassador Burhan Ghafoor, please, the conclusions and closing remarks of the day.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, friends, and colleagues. Let me begin by thanking the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Estonia, His Excellency Urmas Reinsalu, and the excellent team, Estonia, for bringing us all together today for this very important and very timely initiative. We've heard from many distinguished and inspiring speakers today, including Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed, ITU Director Doreen Bogdan-Martin, and Smart Africa Director General Lassina Kone. And thank you as well to you, Mr. Lina Wieg, because you have moderated this session most admirably and with great patience. Excellencies, we have heard many excellent interventions today from ministers and senior officials from around the world, giving us new ideas and sharing positive lessons from many countries. The fact that such a high-level debate can take place through virtual means shows the power of digital technologies as a means to bring us together and as a means to share our ideas. During the meeting today, many ministers spoke about the need to bridge the digital divide. The Deputy Secretary General pointed out that in our post-COVID future, digital technology will be more prominent and important than ever, and those without access will be left behind. This is why I think the meeting today is so important, because it reminds us that we need to bridge those divides. We need to build back better, stronger, more equal, and together, as was said so eloquently by the director of the ITU, Ms. Doreen Bogdan-Martin. The Minister for Foreign Affairs of Liechtenstein, Dr. Katrin Eggenberger, said, the only way we can do this, build back better, is to do it multilaterally. Mr. Kone of Smart Africa talked about what he's doing at the regional level, and he has given us, in my view, a very inspiring model of regional solutions and the collaborative power of technology. Excellencies, I would not go into every speech that was made, But let me say that each and every speaker today had an interesting perspective, an inspiring story of how digital technologies can help to transform their country and their citizens. And we collectively, we need to hear each other and work with each other. Singapore is very proud to partner with Estonia to organize this meeting today. As two small countries, Singapore and Estonia believe in the power and potential of digital technologies. This is why both Estonia and Singapore established the Group of Friends on E-Governance and Cybersecurity at the United Nations in the year 2017. And Singapore and Estonia are also very strong supporters of the Secretary General's roadmap to implement the recommendations of the high-level panel on digital cooperation. Both Estonia and Singapore believe that the UN has an important role to play in catalyzing international cooperation across the entire spectrum of digital issues, whether it is in internet governance, artificial intelligence, or cybersecurity. Excellencies, colleagues, let me conclude with some very quick observations. The COVID pandemic has significantly accelerated the shift towards a more digital world. It has also, unfortunately, exposed many of our gaps and weaknesses in our systems. We need to build and further strengthen our digital infrastructure at the national, regional, and global level in order to increase the benefits for our citizens and for the benefit of people around the world. We need to build back better digitally. We need to intensify cooperation to strengthen global governance of digital issues. This means we need to work through the UN and also through other multilateral institutions. We need to build capacity and close the digital divide that so many speakers spoke about today, so that we leave no one behind and we leave no country behind. On behalf of Estonia and Singapore, I thank all those countries who have today expressed their support for the Global Digital Declaration that we launched today. We also invite others who have yet to indicate their support to join the declaration, and more importantly, join us in our effort, collective effort, to strengthen international cooperation on this very important issue. Thank you to all of you for taking time to participate in this meeting and for being with us throughout this morning, this afternoon, and this evening. We look forward to working with all of you to continue the very important discussions that we have started today. Thank you for your attention.
Ambassador, thank you so much for capturing the 5.5 hour online conference in less than 10 minutes. Thank you so much. It was wonderful. And I would like, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all around the world who are monitoring, watching us, to thank you once again for being part of this event. This brings us to the end of this extraordinary meeting today. And let me say, we made a history. We made a history of bringing together, via technology and digital technologies which connect us, also different opinions, countries around the world in different time zones, to make a future of digital more inclusive and approachable for all of us. I would like to thank Estonian Minister of Foreign Affairs, Singapore government, and everybody who is behind those scenes, working already for a couple of days to deliver that conference, which could not be done without this technology. I thank you all on behalf of Estonia, and I'm looking forward for the better digital future we all build together.